chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around, baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
You're not the same, you are not the same. Girl, when I was with you. Strung around the place, makeup on your face. Tell me what's your issue? What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. Tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. Playing with my heart, playing with my heart.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I, you and I.
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
Way it feels, it's something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in, yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes, just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too?
Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo. Ahora es el momento, mami, síguelo. Cuando lo encuentres, mami, dámelo. Ahora o nunca, solo tú y yo. Si tú también lo quieres, mami, dámelo.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Women will want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. ¡Vamos!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nothing was meant to meet. Distance kept things apart.
Come easy, but this double swing should be difficult to do.
The EMEA season kicks off at full throttle in 2026. Right after the conclusion of VCT EMEA Kickoff and before the start of Masters Santiago, a brand new competition enters the arena, VALORANT EMEA Clash. With 3 VCT EMEA slots on the line for Masters Santiago, 6 of the remaining 9 teams will earn a chance to battle the best teams from the Challengers regions. VALORANT EMEA Clash features 2 interconnected double elimination brackets, Alpha and Omega. Each of these brackets will then crown its own champion. The top 4 teams from VCT EMEA Kickoff will be seeded directly into the second round of these brackets, receiving a bye, and the remaining 2 VCT teams will join 6 Challengers teams in a shared pool. From there, a fully randomized draw will determine placements, with one rule only: the 2 VCT teams cannot land in the same bracket. Starting from round 2, a loss in the upper bracket of Alpha sends a team into the lower bracket of Omega, and vice versa. Every defeat reshapes the battlefield, forcing teams to clash across the 2 worlds as the tournament progresses. As the event unfolds, Alpha and Omega will continue to intertwine at every stage, keeping both teams and fans on edge. Are you ready for Clash? Tune in February 19th to the 25th and support your favorite team as 2 worlds collide for the very first time.
Walking down the only road that's available, the only person I see is everybody else but you. Try to get a one-way ticket, but something's missing. I'm on my knees. Lord, please, Lord, save me. Come on, come here, come out and let me breathe. Oh, let me breathe now. Come on, come here, come out and let me breathe. Let me breathe. of my ego. Heaven sent you, but I'm broken. Why cry every night when I think about how much I'm losing? I put my life on it. I lost my life for it. I know that I've got nothing else to give, so come home, come here, come out and let me breathe. Oh, let me breathe now. Come home, come here, come out and let me breathe. Just let me breathe. Oh, I pray that my jealousy don't turn into evil, and I pray that the world doesn't shape up my ego. I pray that my jealousy don't turn into evil, and I pray that the world doesn't shape up my ego. I pray my ego, my ego, that the world doesn't shape up my ego. I pray, that the world doesn't shape up my ego.
I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
It's the final day of kickoff. Welcome back, everybody, where we got the ultimate El Clasico on the menu today as a battle-worn Fnatic takes on a surging Team Liquid with the final ticket to Santiago on the line today. Only one of these two is gonna be heading to represent our region at the International, so welcome everyone. I hope you're ready for what we're about to see today, because the last best of fives that we've had here at EMEA have been absolute bangers. I'm Ginny, joined with Kukuka and Billy, and what was yesterday? What was that?
What was yesterday? What was the day before? Yeah, we've been here forever, but honestly, with the quality of Valorant that we're seeing, with some of the games, some of the performances as well, I think that we have been treated. I am personally loving, and I think that in the community as well, they're loving this new format for kickoff, that having the 3 brackets, and it's an absolute pleasure, isn't it?
Yeah, honestly, the banger games that we had yesterday, it's been so exciting. I want to go for 15 out of 15 today. Can we get another 5 mapper?
Okay. I have set up a bed and a sleeping bag.
We are in
no plans
state
for
right
next
now.
week.
I don't even want to hear that. We're in flow state. We're enjoying the Valorant that's being played. The region is looking great. We've had all the fans turning up to the venue as well to support their favorite teams. It's honestly just been such an iconic and exciting kickoff.
Yeah, and we just saw Martin there yesterday. He was absolutely insane. Broke his own record that he set the day before.
So nonchalant.
Absolutely insane. Like the feelings for mates at the beginning. In the first best of 5, we were like, oh, who is it going to be? Is it going to be BBL mates? A lot of people had doubts in mates, being like, oh, they haven't really played against the top teams in EMEA. Well, tell them that after they beat Fnatic yesterday and they reverse swept them. So not an easy thing to say, to do, absolutely.
And to highlight Martine even further, because I saw this tweet this morning. It was like, oh, look at me. I'm Martine. I'm a beautiful girl fan. I'm really good at Valorant. Like, This is how good he is at Valorant, okay? Some people just got it all in this world, and he's one of them.
Listen, I don't know. Read it out loud. Read it out loud because people, some people might not be able to see it.
Martin in the last 48 hours, 232 kills. FNS in his VCT career from 2023 to 2025, 1,153 kills. Martin just got almost 20% of FNS's career kills in 48 hours. Now,
2 best of 5s with overtime would do that to you.
Listen, I don't know FNS like that, but I wouldn't be having that if it was me. I want to see him clap back to that.
I don't know how he's going to go back to that.
He needs to get back in the server.
Maybe. No, maybe it's time to celebrate the new guard. I think that Martinez, as we were saying, absolute great performance. And again, I want to highlight that I love this format. I think that for the past few years, Kickoff was like just an entree for the rest of the year. It's just like, oh, I wait to start. We're going to see a lot of surprises. But I think that this year is setting itself apart from the rest. The only thing I would add on to this is less breaks and more of a feel of a tournament. Like, I want it to be the tournament that it is and not for it to feel like we're in regular season.
Damn.
That's my feedback.
All right.
Yes,
More Valorant, that's all I'm hearing. But also, we have to look at the international stage now because we've already locked in 2 out of the 3 teams that we're going to be sending. And for me personally, Billy, when I'm looking at VCT EMEA, it's BBL and Gentlemates. When is the last time we sent any other team then, Heretics, Liquid, or Fnatic, to an international?
Yeah, it's really exciting. I think that we kind of set this up the past couple of days as well as like seeing teams like a roster for BBL that came up through Ascension. You have Gentlemates that was an organization that obviously came up through Ascension initially. It really is a changing of the guard. And I think as well when we look at the other regions, very exciting as well to see those ones. Hopefully we'll be finished by the time America starts today for that one to go ahead as well.
If MIVR loses today, absolutely cursed. I know that some people are going to be celebrating. Seeing Koala Noob also going straight into the playoffs. I'm so happy for him. PaperX this morning. Guys, if you did not see Forsaken play this morning, go back. I mean, we will pause the show.
No.
You need to see what Forsaken did on the server today.
Watch it after the show because we actually have a pretty exciting game here, okay? It's EMEA. Bring up the bracket just so you guys can actually see where we are. We're all the way in the bottom, okay? We're like lower bracket, final, Fnatic, Liquid for the last spot, Billy, to go to Masters Santiago. It's either gonna be Fnatic, it's either gotta be Liquid. Like, how did we even get here?
I mean, at least they have an opportunity, right? Every other year, we've only been able to send 2 teams to the first global event. So now that each region gets to send 3 teams is super exciting. It's kind of left the competition a bit more open this year, I feel, as well. Now, like you mentioned, we have 2 giants going up against one another in Team Liquid and Fnatic, and what amazing journeys that they've been on throughout this kickoff.
Yeah, and as we're saying, the past 2 weeks have been extremely exhausting for some of the teams. We've seen a lot of hours of play just in this last 3 days alone, and it's not easy. If you take a look at the numbers here, Fnatic has played 6 overtimes. This is just the stats from Kickoff. Both of the teams have played over 15 hours in the server. You also have the kills. It's, of course, a lot of Valorant in a very short span of time. And honestly, for the side, especially of Liquid, it's funny that they're taking revenge to get onto this international global event.
And let's not forget, Fnatic played 3 of those overtimes yesterday. And now they're having to come in today and play a best of 5. That is tiring. That is super tiring.
But also, at the end of the day, if any team has the resources and just the systems in place to be able to deal with this, it is going to be a team like Fnatic. They are, as you already touched upon, giants. They are experienced. They know how to do it. Yes, of course, it's going to be a little bit difficult because it went all the way to that final round and that final map, and it is going to be a little bit heartbreaking, but they'll reset. They'll bounce back because Alpha's ready to go.
Yeah, he's ready to go. I think that for most of the players, we're looking at Vekash right now. He had an amazing performance yesterday. We love to see that the vibes are still vibing on the side of Fnatic. We speak about all the time about the experience that they have, they can bring into the server, and that they're not going to get tired. We know, and they specifically know very well how long some of these tournaments can be. You're talking about Alpha and what he said. He's speaking about wanting to break the 2nd seed curse.
So just go 3rd seed. Easy.
Listen, yeah, okay, but the thing is, like, last year was a very complicated year for them in the sense of, like, you know, it was a good year if you think about it because they were runner-ups for many things, but that's the problem. They were just runner-ups. I remember the final of EWC, which happened same as yesterday. Team Heretics managed to reverse them, and it ended up in a year with no wins for Fnatic, but a lot of 2nd places. Yeah. This would be technically a 4th spot if they were not to win, but it would be the same kind of feeling of being so close, within touching distance of getting what you want and not being able to get it.
And I think as well, to speak about their journey throughout this kickoff this time round, like they dropped into that middle bracket after their first game, right? They lost against BBL in the first game that they played, and now they've had to journey through the whole middle bracket, make it to that middle bracket finals yesterday, and now they've dropped into this lower bracket.
In a lower bracket where Team Liquid has been sitting pretty comfortably. They have won, I think at this point, 5 games back to back to back in this lower bracket. Question remains, considering they are no strangers to making these runs, if this is enough for them to actually qualify through to an international through that lower bracket again.
That's the thing, like we have to think about their journey throughout this kickoff, right? They lost their first 2 opening games, and the person that sent them to the lower bracket in the first place was Fnatic. They of course met in this middle bracket earlier on in kickoff, and they've had to have a lower bracket run all the way to this point. They've been able to kind of sit back and chill out whilst that best of 5 was on yesterday, regain that energy a bit quicker than what Fnatic will have been able to, considering how late we went last night. And like you said, this is completely ordinary territory to them because they are so used to having lower bracket runs, especially when we think about last year's kickoff too.
Just another day in the office for Liquid. Scary though, if you look at it that way, because they played that first game against Vitality yesterday. Goodbye, Vitality. Of course, they have to come in today as well, and they had to watch that best of 5 series yesterday from Fnatic. It went all the distance as well, but I do feel like it's different when you're watching it, prepping for the game that's coming up, and you're actually in the server playing it. You're so stressed, you're so zoned in.
Yeah, I also think that at the end of the day, the momentum that Team Liquid has found right now is like, okay, we started the tournament with all of these pieces and thinking about how we're going to utilize them best, how people are going to be comfortable playing within the server, and now it looks like they found the right key, and they keep pressing it. For Minibu, it's W. Keep pressing it. It's absolutely beautiful. Keep doing it.
For Nats, is pressing the key push to talk, because it's really the speeches that he's been giving to the team that in very Nats fashion, but the team has also been very positively responding to it, and I do feel like that has had such a huge impact on them as well. So let's see how they actually are reacting to these speeches.
Phase 2 map, I really want us to play our game, the game that we actually enjoy to play. Let's not think the confidence we came to in the morning of the day, let's bring that confidence. Let's not let affect what happened last map. I think where the coaches cannot prepare us, we will win this map, right? I also want us to focus on each other, okay? Focus, be the best version of yourself on the server, and your teammate will become the better version of himself, okay?
Guys, what are you doing, guys?
Nice one! Woo! Siga caralho! Nice! Let's go, boys! We're winning this map, okay? Let's go.
Even attack, you can't do anything?
Nice!
Nice. Wait, dive 3 times. 1, 2, 3.
All right, the vibes are vibing, and Nats has a pretty great Korean motivational speaker. If you don't want to get out of bed, just someone put that on loop, because I mean, exactly what he said in that speech of we need to play our own game, we need to not let them play their game. That's what Liquid did, and if that's what they're doing again today, and they're so responsive and so positive and all that energy, I would be scared.
Yeah, I think when we look at Nats as well, at the start of kickoff, we were kind of like, what's going on here? Like, where is his peak performance that we're so used to seeing? And now it feels like he's finally starting to hit that peak, which is perfect timing. You're in this lower bracket final, you've had to have the lower bracket run, you're potentially going to a global event. We all know the things that Nats can do at a global event, considering the amount that he's been to.
Play
Just
Waylay?
look at the performance. Maybe not play the Waylay. I think we've made too many Nats Waylay jokes, but look at this.
Yeah,
look at this line graph.
Not enough. wait until stage 1. But yeah, as we're seeing right here, just look at the performance that we've been seeing from Nats and how it's been going in crescendo, as you were explaining, Billy. And if now he's in the point where he can just focus on those speeches that you will be crazy not to follow, it's a great form to see this Team Liquid form. I also think that Wayne has been having an amazing resurgence.
Also, a quick PSA for everybody that is watching and that is sitting in the audience. There's going to be an opening ceremony in a couple of minutes. This stream is going to contain fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivity. So, viewer discretion is definitely advised, but that's all from us here over on the desk. We're going to be heading over to the lovely Lou, who's standing by with Wayne ahead of his game.
And when we talk about a crazy rise to VCT already on the doorstep of Masters, we have to think about Team Liquid. Wayne, thank you for joining me. First of all, the first question I want to ask you may sound a little lame, but I want to know how you're doing, because over the past 7 days, you played 4 officials onto the 5th. So I want to know, how you're handling this kickoff marathon, especially as a rookie.
For me, I think it's pretty fun, actually. Like, it's my debut as a rookie, and like I'm in a whole different region, right?
Yes.
And I think like I'm gonna treat it as like a learning experience for me. So like I want to play like as much as I can to get like a lot of reps, and try to get comfortable.
Yeah, especially when you're, like a young player coming into a new region, you want to play, right? You want to play as many games as you can. And that was my second question. You kind of had this double pressure on your shoulders, both, first games in VCT, but also beginning in the new region. So how have you been handling this over the past weeks?
I think at the start it was quite hard. I mean, like I wasn't like the most comfortable on stage yet. But now I think I'm pretty comfortable and like settled in. So yeah.
1v5 against Vitality on HP. 1v4, my bad. But yeah, indeed. And speaking about your teammates, we often see Nats making speeches at the beginning of maps, like try to be the best version of yourselves, etc., etc. I want to know which impact it has on you and which relationship do you have with your captain?
I wouldn't say. I feel like every speech like has an impact on me, like whatever he says, because I feel like he has so much experience in this type of things, like high pressure situations, and I'm like new to this.
Yeah.
So like basically whatever he says, like just like play our game. Like I think that impacts me a lot.
Okay.
Like just focus on our game and not how the enemy plays, right?
Focus on yourselves, right?
Yeah. And I think my relationship with him, we've been like pretty close, I would say. And like he's always like trying to like talk to me, like seeing if I'm okay, and like if I'm playing bad, he'll just always talk to me and make sure I'm okay.
Yeah, that's. I think that we can see it also on stage on camera because you're sitting next to each other. We see that there is a connection, And my final question is going to be about your opponent, Fnatic. A team with a huge experience, huge stamina and stuff. Are you excited to play against them? And is there maybe a specific player you want to face? Is there anything you want to tell them? The mic is to you.
I mean, I think I'm really excited. I mean, because in Kickoff, they are the only team I lost to.
Yes.
For now.
Yeah.
And yeah, it would be nice to like get my revenge and like qualify for Masters. I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I think like it would just be nice to like just go against like players like all of them actually, because they've been like in the scene for so long.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's just kind of nice to like realize that I'm actually playing against like these people.
Right.
When like few months ago, I was actually just watching them at Champs.
Yeah, like players that are known worldwide, you get to play against them and maybe also take their spot or your spot in Santiago. Thank you so much for joining me, Wayne. Good luck for today. And let's see now if Team Liquid or Fnatic take the final spot at Masters Santiago.
Qualify for Santiago is the main goal for me. There's no easy games and everyone deserves to be here, but that's also what makes it fun, right?
I think overall from last year, we proved that we can handle the hard moments, and this is another hard moment for us.
Historic rivals, one opportunity, and no second chances. In the last EMEA final, Liquid were born to play the lower bracket, and with one game remaining, they're right where they need to be.
One round robbed Fnatic, and now they're one breath from oblivion. Overtime may have broken his heart, but not his will. Back for one last shot at glory, crashes!
2025 was his year to grind. Now witness redemption. It's Purple!
Last time was the proof. Now for the punishment.
He's been leveling up all tournament in his final form. It's Camo!
In his battle for his 8th appearance on the global stage, IGL Buster!
The only time today he isn't lurking behind you. Welcome, Nat!
From underrated to unforgettable, Vegas!
More likely to 1v5 than Batman himself. Introducing Master Wayne!
And back to right the wrongs of his rookie year. Give it up for Kayak!
He may be Mini by name, but he'll strike fear into your heart. It's Minibo! And with the coaches Milan and Lohan,
one last squad is destined for Santiago.
All right, one more ticket to Santiago is ready to get punched. It will either be Liquid or Fnatic. But to start things off, Billy, we need to look at the map veto. We need to hope that both of these rosters are going to be setting themselves up for as much success as they possibly can. Fnatic starting things off with Corrode.
Yeah, I think to quickly touch on the bans, obviously both of them banning their insta-ban throughout this kickoff event so far, no surprises there. I think the first thing that jumps out to me here is Breeze being chosen so late, given that the last time we saw Fnatic play it was Pakaja on the Jet. Wasn't exactly anything that we could get excited about, despite being excited in the Agent Select.
Yeah, he did say it was going to be better in the future.
I'm intrigued to see why Team Liquid have left it so late into this veto. I don't know what you think, Bea.
If Vekas is having the performance that he had yesterday, I would leave it for last as well. And I think it also has to do with confidence. Do not forget the composition that Team Liquid have been running on Bind, how that works for Miniboo and how he's able to snowball from that onto the future. So I actually like that. If you combo it with a little bit of the insecurities that we've been seeing on the side of Fnatic on that map, I think it's a good map to start things with for the side of Liquid. For Fnatic, it makes a lot of sense that they want to go with the Corrode again. Remember, this is at the end of the day a rematch of a best-of-3 we saw earlier in the tournament. And yes, things have changed in Corrode, especially for the side of Liquid, in terms of composition, because they still have not found a win in that map.
yeah, I think for Corrode, right, they had moved away from that double initiator composition and leaned into their strengths of that double duelist. And whilst Fnatic had a shaky start of Kickoff on that map, they've been able to clean it up since then, and it's looked great. It has been individual heroics, I feel, when we've seen the Corrode come out from Fnatic, but if they can continue to do that throughout this series, that's going to be what helps them punch their ticket to Santiago.
And when we speak about performances that might snowball, Alpha could be one of them. Do not forget some of the crazy, absolute madness rounds that he had yesterday on this Corrode. So I also think that it is a good testing ground. Also, Abyss being the third one, that is going to be such an interesting map. Yes, because I think that most of the players from Fnatic, what we saw against Vitality, they definitely have their number. But Team Liquid have historically been so good on this map. Seriously, like even last year, they still repeat many of the rounds that we saw in the past to this day, but they still work. And do not forget, even though this is a best of 5 and technically it's the last day of the tournament, it's a final, but it kind of feels weird because it's like there's been a lot of play in between. The time to prepare is close to none.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I think to touch on the topic of Abyss, that has obviously been a flawless map for Fnatic so far. But Corrode, right? We have to speak about Corrode because it's up here already. Bea, tell me why you're screaming.
What do you mean? Why are you not screaming?
The Wayne stage?
Yeah, the Wayne stage. I was going to say the Wayne stage, the Nuts Brimstone. Like, I don't know, where do I start? The sky, the purple in the sky. Like, there is a lot to unpack here. And of course, we will have to wait until they start playing to see how this is going to turn out. Because if we speak about stopping power with a Sage, with a Brimstone, and with 2 stuns, or kind of a stun if you think about the double duelist, I want to see how much of that is going to be selfish play for the side of Liquid. I think that they understood that there were a little bit of gaps, that probably the Cypher was just not good enough. So is the solution putting Nats on Brimstone?
I want to know if the solution is to have Camel Minibu on this Waylay and Neon, right? Because previously it was Camel on the Yoru that they had kind of changed to, which he is such a good Neon, but coming into this, I had kind of thought, okay, like they have a Yoru, they actually have an agent that's going to be able to deal with Alpha. You know, we've hyped so much about how amazing his buys has been, and the stopping power that they have off of Bacage on the KO could be the thing that goes up against this Waylay and Neon, in my opinion.
It is so Team Liquid pilled that Nats is playing an agent for the first time on such an important map. It was the Waylay and Champs and today's Brimstone.
But that's the scary thing about Liquid. We've seen them change their compositions all throughout the last 2 days. They haven't been sticking to what we've seen from them. So for a team like Fnatic, who likes to prep beforehand, what are you prepping for the stage? Brimstone, Neon?
I mean, do not forget, something that I had highlighted in these past few weeks whilst Team Liquid have had this lower bracket run is that Team Liquid love a composition change. They did the exact same thing against Team Heretics when we think back to Kickoff last year. This is what they do. This is quite literally what they do.
Mind games, and this is an insane way to start off our lower bracket final with only 1 ticket left to Santiago. Between our teams, Fnatic and Liquid, who's going to start off strong? Let's find out as we're heading into the first map of the series with our casters, Fitch and Tom.
Well, it's time to punch that last ticket, Tom. Both of these teams have had one hell of a journey here. Liquid bracing that lower bracket run, and Fnatic falling by a round in the previous final. And it really is fair to say either of these teams it could be said they've earned their spot on the international stage, but sadly only one of them will make it there.
Yeah, that is the sad thing about it. These are 2 teams that are renowned for, at minimum, making it to international events. I think maybe with the changes to Liquid, how much they switched up their roster, there might have been a few more questions there, but either way, with how they've been playing, expectations are high, and a lot of it is because of these 2 guys on your screen right now. A man in Nats who started off as, at a point, the world's best player, running it down on Viper, beating everybody that came into his path, and the man opposite who many do, or at least should, put as the best IGL in the world. One of them is not making it to Santiago, and it all kicks off here.
Barriers up, and away they go. Fnatic playing quite passive down the bottom of mid. They've already been smoked off, but the pressure's coming in elsewhere as Liquid get aggressive on A main. The dog, the Boaster, was trying to break all the ruse as Wayne finds one on top of his wall. An orb as well on the way out. Good early economy for them. Fnatic try to recover this man disadvantage. It's doubled up from Liquid in this corner. So much damage done in a previous game by Camel, but this time we see the numbers equalize.
Yeah, after what was a bit of a worrying start, caught by a surprise. Fnatic have been able to recover. The space taken was massive, and what a man that we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on this map. It seems like his home turf of Corrode, Althea, has given them the advantage. Nats will turn it back, though. Level things up for the moment, and even take an advantage with Wayne. It leaves Vekaj. He broke 100 kills yesterday in the best of 5. Here, he just needs 2.
That plan's certainly not ideal for him. Got to get a move on now with the smoke down. Suspects a player in heaven. Great read from Vekaj. Goes in to stop this before it gets too far out of hand. Wayne, it's not a bad idea. Sticking it in that moment. Not many players would dive in like that, but Vekaj built different. That's going to be a Red Bull clutch to kick us off.
Of course, it had to be a Fnatic clutch to start out the game. It's something we expect quite a lot of. I'm sure Wayne would have been... He's already made a name for himself just in the last game alone. It was a space of a few rounds where he put off 2 of the greatest clutches we've ever seen. But I think we have to sort of caveat this map a little bit. This is one that, I'll be honest, I expected Liquid to ban. I didn't think they'd even try and play this because of how good Fnatic have looked and because of how poor they've looked on the other side. But they have completely changed their composition. They've swapped the roles, they've swapped who's playing what, they've put Mini Boo on an agent that we've seen him pretty much tear apart teams. If they were ever going to play this map, this is the way I'd like them to play it. This round, though, I can't see them, unless they get exits, I can't really see them doing any damage at all.
Yeah, that wall sitting there has to be broken first. And they're actually going to go through it together, looking for the fight as 3. It's very hard to find the value here, especially when the pack is split like that. And okay, the stun might make it uncomfortable for a player or 2. Some damage comes in, but 3 men survive.
Yeah, a little bit more cost than maybe they would have liked, but ultimately with pistols available, it's really not the end of the world.
I suppose it's a good time to ask then, Tom, heading into this buy round. Like, obviously, you touched on this map, but with how the veto overall has gone down, where I know we spoke before the game, you said you could sort of see this being like a 3-1 to Fnatic. Are you sticking with that now?
Yeah, I think especially the first few maps, I'm a little bit worried, because you've got Corrode, I think I heavily put to Fnatic. I think Bind, I lean to Liquid, but it's definitely not definitive. Abyss, I'd say, is fairly heavy. If it goes further, I think that's where it starts to get more interesting. I think Breezes look great for Liquid, and Split maybe a little more up in the air. I like the aggression again, though. Wayne put onto this stage. Obviously, normally he's been sticking to those smokes, but allows him to be that little bit more aggressive. Use some of that individual skill that has been spoken about. And with Fnatic putting quite a bit into this round, obviously it is still a bonus. See how much damage they can do.
Oh, Wayne is on a tear. Yeah, I mean, you started this map out talking about him, and for good reason. Yesterday, those 2 clutches.
He normally only does it when everyone else is dead, though. It's a bit unfair if he just does it at the beginning of rounds.
And it's going to already clearly be an annoyance in terms of that wall early on. We've seen it towards A main, but we know that there's plenty more angles. This could come into play. A nice attempt with the flash thrown out, but the number's already too far behind, and Wayne will be the one to find a 4th. Rez online coming into round 4, and 1 on the board for Liquid.
Yeah, already just seeing that with this guy, I guess being a little bit let off the leash. Like when you're playing the Sage, you can be more proactive. You can have those aggressive fights and then put slows down to make it awkward for people to swing you. And just giving him the backup to use some of that individual skill, which, hey, if the guy can get 3 kills while on 5 HP, imagine what he can do on full HP. A great round for Liquid to kick off. But as said, this is where Fnatic have their buy. They have an ultimate available, although so does Wayne. And we'll see if they can now start to build into this attack side a little more.
I think the main thing is, though, if it's, well, never mind the theory crafting, Liquid are going aggressive right off rip. 3-4, walking down mid. No presence on A that they fought for with that wall a couple of times now. And they're conditioning their opponents, but Vekaj somehow ends up with 2. Purpo doing his best to pull this back, but they're stuck up close. And Team Liquid need to make something of this aggression, and they have, sending Boaster into a clutch. The first already found, but the spike down in the open. A crossfire, but while the smokes come in, Boaster takes his timing. The Nets takes the round. Team Liquid 2-2, but it's a bit of a nail biter.
Well, it seems to be very much within the Liquid wheelhouse. We saw this versus Heretics. I think we saw this versus Vitality as well. Their goal is not to necessarily beat you with their game plan. Their game plan is to stop your game plan. It's get in your face, it's get scrappy, it's fight you before you can get anywhere near what you wanted to achieve. And this round is all about that. They never stop pushing. They're fighting for the spawn towards the end of the round. And while Nats, sure, it came down to a clutch, but they now get a huge economy advantage. They get to come in with an outlaw for this next round, and, well, Fnatic, a few pistols and a Guardian. It's definitely a low buy.
Nice exec already. Kayak, though, not able to punish that kill up close. The quick reactions of Camo got him out of dodge in time. And Numbers here should be able to avoid that util coming through. Camo actually, steps back from the stun, but he might not even be needed. Coming through that smoke is clearly a death sentence, and the brakes pumped now for Fnatic. The Guardian they have in play, the only real strength of this round, and do still have that steel garden to fall back on. I mean, if they can find a pick, maybe that gets them into the site, but the Numbers thinning out. They need a way back in. Crashies has done well to find one.
I still see Alpha here alive, and I still believe that maybe there's some hope. He's been having unbelievable rounds on this map. Camo, you need to be careful with peaks like that when he's got a Guardian in hand. He's going to get tagged up by the Tiger, but I don't know if there's really a world where they push this, and honestly, I don't mind that from Wayne. He's been getting so many kills that the res will likely come back online in a few rounds anyway. And instead, they're going to put the pressure on. Eventually, they'll seal the deal. It took a res, they baited an ult, but ultimately, it is still Liquid to extend and get the lead.
Well, I think coming in with the low buy, rushing into that site where, you know, they're denied their initial aggression. They had the stun put down to try to catch Camo, but he gets out. All things considered, that's a pretty big win, just getting the res out. I think Fnatic will have a smile on their face coming out of that round, but coming into this one, full royalties for them, rifles and credits put on the line. This should be where they put it on the board. They don't let Liquid run away with things for too long, as the lead was just claimed.
Yeah, I think also Liquid in this map can take those risks because they must almost expect to lose it. You see it again. Just an immediate fight forward. Constant pressure being put on. Hunter's Fury even going to be used, but Purpo's flying ahead of it. Camo is as well. You're expected to flee, fall back, run for the hills when a Hunter's Fury comes through, but instead they fight forward again. The W key constantly being pressed, and Wayne just isn't stopping, going for more and more. Only one standing in Crashies. As 4 players remain on the other side. The first comes easy, maybe not. Doesn't even get that one. Wayne on 2 HP.
4-2 for Team Liquid on the map that we had questions about how they'd perform if they could match up to Fnatic. Well, in the first 6 rounds, or as the 6th ends, a timeout coming from Fnatic. They won the pistol, the follow-up, and nothing really since then. And Team Liquid's staple early aggression.
Let's go! Let's go!
He's dead right, in their face. That's how they're playing. Heads up Valorant. And it's different positions every time as you try to slow them with the smoke, or even as they put smokes down, denying you map control. They're invading those smokes on Team Liquid's side on the defense, flashing out with the sky, and making this such a difficult attack side to play because, as you said in one of the rounds, you just cannot play your game here. You are forced to adapt to what Team Liquid are doing, which already gives them a leg up.
Oh yeah, and take a look at like how this match has sort of gone. It has always been a sort of favorable side for Fnatic in those games. They have been the squad that have been able to sort of take those victories over the line in majority of circumstances, and I do think that realistically that's where a lot of people will be thinking that this is going today, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Liquid already. Bear in mind that when you go back to the defensive side they have versus Vitality, the map that they lost, it was this one, 13-8 and 13-5. They only managed 2 defensive rounds. Like, they really struggled on this defensive side. They've got double that already, and they've not played it as a defense. They've played it as an attack.
Yeah, I mean, that is the key. The best defense, a good offense, and Liquid putting that to practice on the server. 5 seconds left, the timeout from Fnatic. What's the fix been? And this won't be the round we see it, most likely. Again, it's going to be that low bite. They did well last time to get some ults out of them, but, well, no pressure on the shoulders of Team Liquid to start a 5v3. Also, no need to continue this aggression, but they are feeling it, and that could be their downfall. Pride does come before the fall, and a big mistake there to continue pushing the issue.
You get into the mindset of W gaming, and sometimes it's hard to let go. They've given guns over. Fnatic were happy to play much further back, but Nats taking out Vakash. Now leaving Boaster in the clutch again, and Is he going to go all the way around to maybe even try and link up with his teammate? No, it was a bait. It was a bait to try and get Boaster to look the other way, try and get him to lock in on a different position. In the meantime, Nats is right back around this angle once again. Still means there's a chance for Boaster to isolate the fights, though.
That's the main concern. They are just waiting for that plan to come through. Whether it will be orbital strike, I mean, will be a big commitment to throw in. But the Molly, on the other hand, that's going to block them all from the rotate. Wrap around from Nats, contain that smoke, and spam through to take Boaster down. An unusual strategy. I don't know if he planned for that with the gap in the Molly or if that was an adjustment. But either way, very well handled. Another round for Liquid. And yeah, they do overheat. I can almost understand it. They just called a pause. You crush them like that right away. But when you're up against that low buy, continuing the aggression, it's usually a bridge too far. That's crazy.
I genuinely think if we ever introduce agent bans and you're playing up against Miniboo, you ban Neil. You just do it every time.
Yeah.
Like, he's been doing things all the way through this stage that I saw a little bit. That was what it was.
Hey, where do you push?
I feel like he was going to say something much meaner than that. He's like, no, remember who you are. You're the nice guy.
Tony map one. Tony map one. Save that for the third. Oh, 5-2. A 5-round streak from Team Liquid here. This is the map you almost give to Fnatic, and well, Liquid are giving them nothing. I almost got him through the wall there. Alpha's wondering if he was seen. And there's still aggression coming through. This time, it will be punished. The slow goes in, the orbital strike, but there's a gap, and these players are safe, able to just about get out. A nice idea by Liquid. This time, it doesn't land.
Yeah, I think Alpha's probably one of like 5 players that would have been quick enough to hit that reaction shot on a guy flying through the air. Thankfully, Fnatic do have Alpha here. Gives them the advantage, wall placed. Almost as a bit of a bait. Well, Miniboo's looking to get rid of it. The aggression on the other side is punished, though. The push and pull of Fnatic starting to come into effect, and you look how open that B site currently is. However, Nat's getting in early enough. He's going to be able to smoke it and slow them down.
This is so good from Alpha. The second his wall got tripped, he walks back. He feels that space should now be that bit more open. And he could be right if noise was made on B. And the knife goes through. Here's the ult as well. That's such a good fake. I saw it in the cam as Alpha called for this play. But does he expect there to be another player? They might think Miniboo, the one who was on A earlier, is the last man standing on this side of the map. The step's heard, and that's Wayne's chance to strike with a kill on the other side of the map. This is far from over. And the wall, along with the slow, it's going to cost them so much time. Fnatic make it in. The slow buys them space, but they need to stand their ground on this swing, and just about in the nick of time, the plan comes in. A recovery on what could have been a disaster for Fnatic, and only Nat stands in the way of their victory now.
It doesn't have any utility to play with, whereas, well, you can see the stars falling from the sky, things starting to align for Fnatic as Nats is basically hoping for a mistake, and he's going to get flanked on instead. Kayak with the wraparound, and Fnatic will gain their third round, a break in the streak of Liquid. And one that still had moments where, and I feared, especially with Wayne on that angle, I worried he was going to just take this whole thing down.
Again, really good work by Alpha to start out taking that pick, and then the read towards that A site. The space taken, even though he got punished for it, they made good use of that.
Let's go, my bro.
And the call to go back to the A site, what wins them that round? The first since the follow-up to the pistol. It's been a big streak from Liquid. And because of that, Fnatic won't be facing an eco anytime soon. Ops still in play. It's for Miniboo on mid. Fnatic might be giving them an opportunity. The smoke's not going to stay around forever.
It is worth mentioning as well, though, that
right here,
while this might seem a little bit worrying for Fnatic, their defensive side of this map has been sublime. 8 rounds versus mates, a 6-0 versus Liquid last time, and 10 versus Foot. And with Miniboo now down, even going to just put utility straight in on towards Wayne, but he has just walled himself into a corner. You can't get me if I can't get you either.
Yeah, give him time to recover. Now the smoke down as well makes it so hard for them to use this off that was seen just moments ago. Wayne caught. He's made it just about around that corner. Half his HP gone, little heal, but unfortunately, Nat's going back to fight for the space to deny that plan, to at least make it costly on the health bars. He's lost his life, and immediately the call from Liquid is to go for the save.
Yeah, I think that was just almost perfect from Kayak and Alpha here. get the opener, claim all of the space. Like, even though Wayne is still safe in the corner, he can't do anything while they encroach on the rest of the site, knowing that they've already cleared out Miniboo. And then Alfie has utility. Take away any of their weaponry, and then make it that if they want to flee, which they do because they don't have a weapon, they're going to be caught by your thorns. They're going to take damage, and then have an operator waiting for anybody going back in. Wonderful stuff from Fnatic. Good adaptation from what we saw in some of the earlier rounds. And as I said, if they end this off 6-6, I'm still confident that this is their map.
There's certainly no reason to doubt it, but in the back of my mind, you think about what Liquid have shown us so far. They've had some good ideas when it comes to early set plays. And just with the initial, the Sage walls and so on, we saw that dive through from Camo to attempt to hinder some players and get them hit by the orbital strike. No doubt there's plenty more up their sleeve. Yeah. And if they can just keep eking out a couple of defensive rounds from this point forward, they'll be pretty happy. 5 already on the board. How far can they push it? It's the question that remains to be answered. And with their credits dwindling, this round may dictate the answer to that.
Yeah, it's very cool that they have this many set plays on a comp that they literally didn't play the last time they played this map, which was yesterday. So it's clear that Liquid have been working on multiple different comps. Either that or they stayed up all night, which would be a terrible idea, and I don't think they did that.
I hope not.
Would be dedication. I'll give them that, but no, I think this is clearly something they've had in their back pocket. Maybe a slightly riskier comp if the last one didn't work out, which it didn't. But again, Fnatic doing what Fnatic does best. These slow rounds, figuring out the map, looking for openers, giving Kayak opportunities to try and find a pick with the operator. Wayne on the other side, though, is just like, well, you can put a wall down, so can I. I'm just going to, again, delay. And that's what this Sage is almost perfect for. Let him fight forward. Let him use those slows if anybody tries to make a pacey hit. And then let me make it more awkward for you. You have to break this wall, otherwise walking through this gap, it makes it very easy for me.
Yeah, and the wall at 1 minute, I mean, this is just going to give you so much information. They've broken it, so there were players outside. Team Liquid happy to sit down on that control, push up towards B main as well, take that deep information, and from there, Fnatic almost forced to run into a stack. Now, they've only seen one with that suppress. They know now no one's in the corner. You start to think that it could just be that solo defender. Yeah, the Sage should be somewhere now taken down. Let's see, one guy left on site. Let's go in, but there's actually a backup. There's a second player here. Flash pop. Purple still standing. Dominates the duels, and the round is for Team Liquid. As a result, that third man flying under the radar has caused it to come crashing down for Fnatic.
It's just... There was milliseconds in that. Literal milliseconds. Him trying to jump out of the way to flash his opponents and then landing both shots in that split second. Because even though it was so late, look, 10 seconds on the clock here, 8 as he goes for the kills. If he dies there, they still get the point, they still win the round. Like, that is how much of a margin that came down to for Purpo.
Look at my molly. Wait.
And as you can see, he had no choice but to look at your molly, mate. It almost killed him. But to be fair, even if he just cost him an extra 1 second, molly lands, still can't get the plant. It's a really nice play from Team Liquid, and I think they responded to that info perfectly. Again, that late wall from Wayne, buying so much information, and you have to really commend Liquid for what they've brought to bear here today. As you said, that quick turnaround in the comp, but this looks like something that's been rehearsed for a long time. Except for that fight. But the second man there, again, it is kind of a bait.
It is literally bait. It's you're going to fight. I assume there should have been some sort of retreat plan, but that plan wasn't taken. And then you've left Miniboo. The problem is he now feels like he needs to get a kill. Otherwise, it's just untraded and you've fallen back. And, well, even if there was a trap in play, if Fnatic avoid it now, they really don't care.
Well, this time they wait outside that wall. Again, last time you broke it, they rotated in pretty quick. They waited. So now, they'll let the clock run a little bit, then burst on in. But the quick rotation of Miniboo still sees that third player here. And now a danger in this corner. The Judge. Oh, it's going to be terrifying. The jump shot. Oh, it strips Makash of more than half his health. But they're still standing with 3. Purpo looks to change things as they break through this smoke. With the flash, it will be the same in response, but Makash dodged it! And nobody dodged his shots in return! Feeding up a healthy course of lead, and Alpha's there with the dessert! Fnatic 1 away from tying this mix up at the half, and I didn't think I'd be saying that coming into this map, Tom, but with how things started, it's quite the recovery.
I almost feel like Purple should be playing Phoenix. Like the way that he's playing this is like, I'm going to flash for myself around a corner and then jump in. Like it is just Phoenix gameplay, but a Sky in disguise.
He's watched far too much Jack Igo VODs. I mean, I don't know if he's singing Maroon 5 down there, but I wouldn't be surprised.
It didn't work out this time. Vekash definitely ready to play that anti-flash. 6-5. This was looking pretty damning at 5-2, but as said, Fnatic comfortable on that defense. This is so aggressive from the defensive side. And again, it's working out. Miniboo's running through his own teammate Smoke, and it's smoked out wonderfully. Just a complete wipe down off that Neon, and they'll take the lead at the half.
You know, it is a bit derivative to say there was no strategy to that defensive side, right? They had set plays, they had plans, but it feels like they threw the playbook out the window in favor of brute force in so many of these rounds. Liquid looking strong on map 1, half 1. More to come after the break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Welcome back, folks. A surprise performance from Team Liquid in the first half of Corrode, leading 7-5. And Tom, a whole lot of ideas brought to that defensive side around attacking. I'm now very curious to see if they're going to sit in spawn on the attack or
I was going to say
that same energy.
I do think Fnatic will expect those aggressive plays a little bit more now they're on the defensive side.
I would
probably
hope so.
have better setups for it as well on their defensive
Quite
side.
possibly.
So I think this is where it definitely gets a bit tougher for Liquid. Obviously, again, last time they played this map, they got 0 rounds on this attack versus Fnatic. So even though that was a good first half, there still needs to be more in the tank. But as said, this comp has been far more impressive, more exciting than anything else we've seen from them on this map. So if there was ever a time to believe that they could steal Corrode away, the one that's, I feel like, meant to be the surefire win for Fnatic, this might be the comp to do it.
Well, 2 rounds between them. The pistol could put Fnatic on equal footing or send Liquid flying into the lead early on in this best of 5. And on the map, I think most people expected Fnatic to have a fairly easy time, but it's been anything but. It rotates from Liquid. And again, they've shown presence A main. Now 2 players coming through this connector. I mean, this is clearly a split of the A site. That's clearly where they want this fight to go, at least from the perspective of Fnatic. But as we can see, there's something else cooking here from Liquid. And although Boaster's getting suspicious, he will be the only one on that side of the map when 5 players come bursting through the gates. I don't expect him to do much other than grab the info.
I'll see if he can get one, it would be nice. But yeah, he's sitting all the way back, hoping to try and maybe just hold on to some of the space. That would be a bigger issue. If they lose full control of everything, it's going to be tough. Vekash has already just gone through and managed to get himself one for free. That's Nats out. He's the exact guy you'd want in a post plan. And in the meantime, Liquid have got aggressive. They've taken full control of the spawn and even swinging back in. Boaster not quite prepared for Miniboo to be that aggressive in the last 2, only just getting into position.
Well, nice shots from Crashies, but 1 kill, 2, still 2 more to go. Miniboo up top will swing wide, and the Bandit closes this round. Liquid 8-5. With a pistol already under the belt of Fnatic. Again, you know, if this was the second pistol for Liquid, you'd go, well, that kind of explains the scoreline, but they've looked better when it comes to rifle rounds. This is very worrying.
There were moments. But again, I do feel like it's almost going to get to a point where you're the coaching staff, you're Loan, you're Yaltsin, you're watching Miniboo play Neon and just go, oh, we just got to put him on every single map. Like, he just runs around and fries people while they're trying to just set up for things. Like, he's the most disruptive player I think I've ever seen play this game. Well, let's just say Fnatic have got the read wrong here. They're all outside B. Everyone on Liquid's outside A. So unless they do a fake and run all the way back, which they're not doing, I think this is just going to be 5 players trying to die to the spike.
Yeah, there's a pretty good chance. At least an orb found for Crashies. 4 away from the Hunter's Fury now, but for Liquid, this is the chance to build up major economy. They've already got the 1 pistol in the form of the Bandit in play. So for Fnatic to actually do damage, they need 2 picks. Playing back in with these classics, that's not going to be very easy. Alpha's at least got the Bandit. He'll go first, and he will go. Indeed. Straight out of the round. And Bonchamp's getting anything out of this one.
That's just the calm of Nats. He completely ignores Kayak diving over the top because he knows that... Oh, okay. This really shouldn't be very costly, lads. This should have been a nice, clean one. This should have been very easy. You've just lost yourself 3 players.
What just happened?
And yeah, that was a couple of SMGs gone. Okay, it's not the end of the world, but 1 rifle goes with it. And yeah, that is as good as that ever could have gone when you gamble on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, especially with the initial fights going the other way. They've done a remarkable job. I need to see what Crashies did here, because he was tucked in the spawn. Look at this, 5 versus 2. There should have been no damage from this point forward. Kayak gets a lot done, but then...
Yeah. Oh. The thing about Crashies is he can just do things that nobody else can. Like yesterday, he was playing on the stage, and I was watching him stream as well. It was really weird.
Yeah, right? I don't know how he did that. Super positioning. That's a next step in quantum computing, I believe. I'll have to have a chat with him after. Figure that one out, pick his brain. 9-5, round 15 sees Liquid pick up the pace straight in towards this A site, but they're falling flat as they go running through that choke point. There's only 3 left, 2 losses, damage done to Wayne. That's almost taking him out of the round.
1 HP clutch? Oh, he healed.
Yeah, there's the heal at least. He's also got some coming in from Sky, so back to reasonably decent health, but man advantage doubled up on. 2 scene.
Taking their time. Ooh, almost. They do have to be a little bit careful, but Nats has now gone on the other side. Wayne, he's a little bit healthier. Also has res. I don't think he's getting out of here alive. Well, Crashies make sure of it. 3 players standing. Back onto the board for Fnatic. And well, yeah, I think we've just witnessed maybe a small piece of what Liquid are going to be attempting. That was so quick on their way into the site, but Fnatic do very well to deal with it.
Yep, they win the opening fights. And I think there's no reason for Liquid to come into that underestimating their ability in those duels. This time it didn't land. Miniboo lights him up and just, misses probably 6-7 shots in a row. That's what happens. But he did a lot of damage. And I think the potential is there when it comes to the buy rounds that Liquid are about to pull out. A res there as well, so even if they stumble early, they can pull players back in. But they have to contend with Crashies on this big old gun. You know, if you can't beat him, join him. And he's doing a good job at least to start. See if he can have that same impact over mid that Brock did. Way back in Champs. How's he gotten away with? He's out of there! That's madness. And with Purpo and the Sage, Purpo can get healed back up, and then he can heal the other player.
Double healer
That's
comp.
ridiculous.
I don't think that's something that they've thought about too much when playing it, but that's got to be infuriating for Boasty. You have a guy dash in, dash out, and then just run through the smoke and find a pick. Kayak's now going to try and beat them at their own game, but Purpo just waiting on the other side. A double opener. Still 2 players wait on that A site, and Alfie has just been sitting on B waiting for someone to eventually peek him. I don't think they're going to. Surprised he's not yawning.
There could be a chance to pull this back. 100 Fury's still there, but Crashies has to secure his back, and it's this pick. Oh no!
Dear.
That could decide everything. Well, decision made.
It's not Brock.
Makash did dodge that flash, though. They won't expect him to be this far forward, but the chance converts to 1 kill. And Alfier probably just wants to save this weapon for the next. Good thing he's got his wall behind him. Relatively safe, but double digits for Team Liquid. Fnatic trailing on 6, and A dominant round like this, how they get there, this is a terrifying thought experiment, really, when you expand that to bind, where Liquid will, I think, without a doubt, be more comfortable than this, but I can't even visualize what that would look like. They look so at home here on Corrode.
I don't know. I think if you watch the last 2 maps of Bind they play, you can imagine it.
Actually,
we watched Miniboo fight people in the spawn.
Last map was insane. They almost lost that round. Wait, did they lose that round where he fought in the spawn? Yeah.
Nonetheless, seeing that pace, but I like the layers to it. Like Liquid going super quick in, having that second layer of just a risk taken by Purpo, but then as Fnatic try to react, they're still just holding that space. They're not allowing them any control. Also, I wonder if a part of this is avoiding Alpha here. Like, he's had his setup both times on that B side. I mentioned it the last couple of times that, well, go back to the mates game, they won 16-14. He was 31 and 21. He basically was the reason they won. I think he was the only positive player on Fnatic. Well, if he's going to man the B side, I'd rather go and fight the 4 on 8. I'd rather go the other way. And if that is something that Liquid have genuinely thought about, I don't hate it.
I can see Crashy's not happy with that Odin spray in the connector.
Not happy with it.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you or him. Oh, a chance there for Wayne. This for Liquid, the push towards the A side sees the same pace. The hinders even landed. Boaster, well, it does have some support though. Not under too much pressure just yet, but with Vakash down, it has to be Boaster to pull them back into this as he falls. The A site should be for Team Liquid, but Crashies, he reveals his hand. He's shown them that he's here, and the dog spotting him has ended the round. A res just to double down. Liquid knowing how important it is to crush Fnatic's economy and to find themselves that 11th, the home stretch.
Jump shot, pop flash.
He's made it out at least, but then there's a double swing coming at him. 11-6 for Liquid. Home stretch, well and truly mounted.
When do they move Alfia to A? When do they put him there? Because it is genuinely just bombard that elbow side. Just constantly hit it with pace. And also, it's sort of like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, it's working for Liquid. 100%. Keep running it down until they stop us. Keep doing it again and again and again. And then these flashes, like I swear, he's playing Phoenix. He's just pop flashing every time to go for these aggro picks.
The difficult part about this is, though, you can't almost just all in on that A play now. You've just called a timeout. The problem has been A. It certainly hasn't been B outside of the pistol. So then you come to this conclusion of your Team Liquid of, hey, they're taking a moment. What do you think their solution's going to be? It might not necessarily be to put Alpha there, but you have to imagine it's either some defensive or aggressive stance on that side of the map.
But then it becomes the mind games.
What if they do nothing?
If you're, no, but it's not even that. If you're Fnatic, you're going, well, we're taking a pause to deal with them on A, so now they'll go B. And so then maybe you change nothing. It just becomes like a pure mind game. I want to see Liquid go A again. I think that's because realistically, if it goes wrong, you go, they counted us. Now we try one of our other strats. If they don't stack it up and you still win, it's hilarious. But well, we now get to see where the mind games have landed. Fnatic, for now at least, seems like they've not changed much at all. They have left Alfia over on that B side. The problem is, and this is the one factor we didn't consider still, is that this is an eco round. So it actually doesn't matter that much.
Yeah. You got to still have ideas when you come into them, but the fact that Liquid likely to hit that 12th, whatever was discussed better be an airtight strategy.
They've just thrown the dog into B early and then not actually sent anyone there. It's just, well, I think again, they're playing passive early to see, as you said, what their opponents are doing. Are they going aggro? Are they taking space? Are they trying to trap us somewhere? But the fact is, Fnatic actually aren't doing too much different.
What I would almost like to see Liquid do here is break that wall, is get some of that information out of Alpha's hands if you want to drag the rotate. And you can see they're clearly expecting some sort of a reaction early around mid, containing that space with Wayne's wall, but then around the A side, nobody in main this time. A completely different round from Liquid for that reason, but they still end up here, coming through connector and set, assuming that the trap has been put in towards A main, but instead, Fnatic have played back. That still didn't stop Kayak from going down to the spam, but here's the bookie. A chance, an opportunity, perhaps with his back held, but Miniboo just dove past Vakash, took Boaster from behind, and now this round is done. Alpha here, the last man standing, and Well, his name's already in the history books. This one would underline it. 12-6 for Team Liquid. 6 chances to close out a map that, hell, some Fnatic fans might not have tuned in. They would have just assumed, oh, watch map 2. We're going to win the first with ease. Well, the shoe's on the other foot here.
Yeah, and a lot of the time you're going to go into those first vetoes and go for your strengths. I do think there's some mind games played in the veto as well, like maybe you feel a bit more comfortable on like map number 3 or something, because that could be the one that ends up being the beginning of the comeback, or the one that seals it, which of course would be Abyss, which again is a very, very good map. But this was meant to be probably the weakest map that Liquid played versus one of the strongest that Fnatic play, and it is looking like the opposite right now. Liquid in form, and their opponents yet to really show up to the party, especially in this second half. Most of all, kickoff, the pressure put on, Hunter's Fury thrown out to delay them. That B hit, they were finally going to go B. But they might have been denied at the door. No, they're pushing.
Now they've committed so much already, and Liquid have won when they forced the issue. My God! Purpo used himself as a Sky Flash, got Camo the kill, 1 away now from Convergence Path, by the way. The spike is holding deep into spawn, which I'm not a fan of that. Purpo, go back the other way. You're 45 HP, you madman. But if you give Camo the plant here, hell, or if he goes and gets a pick, I suppose.
Oh, dear.
The round could be yours, and then Nats just picks up an AWP,
Spike planted.
finds a kill in mid, and you've already got the advantage.
Well, they've avoided.
And the heal on Camo.
The one time the setup was on the other side, they avoided Alfia again, and now the Nats operator has taken over. Alfia, he's been the last alive in every single round, never having a chance to have impact. They've avoided him, they've dodged him, they've had their Alpha radar available the entire time. Does he have anything to keep them in their map choice, to stop them going 0-1 in this series? There's a second. Third as well! Maybe this is his moment! No, it is not! Nats will stop him accessing the site, and Liquid take their opponent's choice to start things off 1-0.
Well, this has completely turned the tide of how we expected this series to go. Liquid answering early on with a dominant display. Now, well, the world is their oyster. Time to go down to the stage where we've got ourselves a little halftime check-in with Purpo.
Congratulations, Purpo, for this first map. We saw a very aggressive comp from you guys on Corrode, and you cooked with that Sky. So I was wondering, you know, is the secret to beating Fnatic just running at them and throwing flashes? And is that your plan for map 2 as well?
I mean, honestly, we just knew that we are going to lose Corrode, so we just decided to run it down this morning, so that's it.
Run it down and ending up winning. Congratulations and good luck for map 2. Thank you so much. Let's see if Fnatic can bounce back on map 2 after a short break.
The only thing I want from us for this game, I was watching the game yesterday, and every time they struggle, I see the poster face nothing fully cooked. I want to see today even worse. I want to see how Nafik run them down, and this guy thinks why he plays Valorant. I want to see his face, so Nafik, he thinks that I don't even know why I started that. Let him, Nafik, forget about 5 years he played the game, so he will remember that day, okay?
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-worn break. ¡Vamos!
Red Bull gives you wings.
What's this?
another change in your comp in this lower bracket. How do you decide when it's the right time to take this risk and whether they'll pay off? I mean, you take these risks when you know they have a better Corrode than us, so we had to cook something that we thought it'll be more towards our strengths. I think it worked out. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. When it does, we are a genius. When it doesn't, you are dumb. So today, I think we are a genius.
We are a genius,
yeah.
All right, some wise words from Lohan there. Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe
not.
60% of the time, right? It works every time.
It worked this time, and this is when it matters because in this lower bracket. But most importantly, before we even break down this map, this composition, how everything went, that Nats speech felt personal, Kakuka.
Is Nats the ultimate villain? Because we've been talking about his speeches and whatnot, and we've been painting this picture of him being such a nice guy, such a cool guy to follow.
Composed,
yeah, being like always on the light, and now he's going towards the dark side.
Well, I mean, identifying a weakness, we were talking about this on the cast yesterday. You could see the energy immediately turn. Well, drop off a cliff yesterday for Fnatic. Yeah. Again, as soon as they're on their feet, making noise, giving it across the stage, so Nats is obviously targeting the fact that they were looking at tilted yesterday.
Absolutely, and we heard it in the speech from Nats. I mean, even Lohan saying in the coach confession, like, oh yeah, you know, they're better than us on Corrode, so we'll just throw something at them. But just like, you're just keeping it real, keeping it 100.
I don't know how you see this. I was like, I don't like writing off a little bit Purple being like, yeah, we just ran it down, maybe gonna lose Corrode, why not try something? But there was actually a lot of nuance to this comp that I actually really appreciated in terms of the heal, the dog, the flash. It enables them to play a way that really addresses what's been Fnatic's strength or kind of trademark. By the way, starting with the wall over the top here.
Love that.
Again, the indicator of proactivity on the defense, which was obviously their ethos going into this.
Yeah, and you might think, well, it's Nats, why are you not playing the Viper here on this map? You have to do something around mid and how you're going to work around it. And most of the things the Team Liquid were doing was running it down. As we're saying, the flashes just put a deep smoke and just get into Fnatic's head. And Mike, this was something that sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't.
Yeah.
We saw one where, like, who was it? Was it Camel that just goes in and tries to hinder, and then I don't think that the hinder landed, but Nats uses the orbital strike, and it would have looked completely insane.
But this is the thing, there's a couple of really nice set pieces in there to highlight actually what Fnatic really struggled with yesterday, which was coming up with responses, right? Being thrown off their game plan initially, this default not really achieving anything, not getting any progress towards the site. And the worst thing is, late round, walking into a Sage on a site. They were able to just put the wall up, sit behind it. Last 30 seconds or so, the last thing you want to deal with is a Sage wall, then 2 slow orbs and a molly, and then people flashing out smokes. It's basically the kryptonite to Fnatic playing this way.
Yeah, but like, imagine how much more tilted you're going to be, that's how you're going up against your opponents, and then you hear the post check-in after the map and he goes, oh yeah, we were just running it down. Like, you're just piling on them and kicking them while they're down. But also we asked the coaches low-key the exact same question in regard to the mood at Fnatic after yesterday's best of 5, so let's see what he had to say.
A long series yesterday that you prepped for the night before. How was this long stretch been for the team, and has it impacted the mood?
Yeah, I mean, losing a best of 5 that way sucks, obviously, and it definitely impacted the mood. But we focused on putting and shifting the mentality quickly, and trying at least, you know, to bring good energy for today. And I think we've done a good job. They came out of the gate swinging, and obviously catched us off guard a little bit with that, but I don't think it's that concerning. I'm not really that worried, and don't think the boys will be as well.
All right, good words coming through. Yes, they were caught a little off guard, but nothing to worry about too much. So, but you're not agreeing, because I saw that look on your face.
We were just talking about this as well during that. It was like the little snippet we saw of Milan yesterday, being like, are we panicking? Like, the fact that you're
Should they panic now?
Yes, like, now, I'm panicking. I'm panicking for them.
I think that one of the the worrying scenarios here and the worrying things is the fact that we saw Kayak in one of the rounds just going with the operator and the attack, finding a kill, and then trying to go in that second layer, then finding Wayne's wall in the process. And I think that he's not been having the best couple of last matches. He was so good last year, and we were singing his praises time and time again. And especially for Bind now, we are going to need that double duelist to be better than Team Liquid's double duelist.
Yeah, Bind, every time we talk about Fnatic, what really jumps to mind is the Raze as well. So from their side of things, hoping to see them bounce back on this one. However, it is Liquid's map pick, so if anything, considering what they threw at them on Corrode, I would not be surprised if we see something new again. There's no way.
No. Well, I mean,
You think so?
I wouldn't be surprised to see some of maybe the ace up the sleeve comps that maybe they've scrimmed a few times with here to come to this. They get the success from Corrode on a map where they're expecting to just lose.
Yeah, but you know that you can choose. They're gonna choose it onto you. You can design a comp that is going to be very strong on the defense. You get a little bit of rampage. Some of those rounds go your way.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying
like,
there's a
Miniboo
chance.
can defend one side by himself with Neon. Who can do that?
I'm just saying there's a chance.
I agree. And honestly,
to hear Lohan say like, oh yeah, we're desperately trying to, work on finding our identity, and then you come to this best of 5 versus Fnatic, map
with a Brimstone Sage.
Map 1 with a Brimstone Sage and say, nah, actually, we're expected to lose, so we're gonna run it down.
They've won already.
They're just in like this whole Liquid. I feel like is approaching this as like, oh yeah, it's just another walk in the park. We've been here in this lower bracket for this entire time. Fnatic's not going to knock us out either. Fnatic never went to an international through kickoff. Why would this time be any different? But I feel like from the Fnatic side of things, they're
saying
really
there's a
locked
chance.
in.
I'm just saying there's a chance.
Okay, what do you want to see? What do you want to see from Liquid?
Well, the biggest thing for me, again, is designing some compositions that allow for them to be proactive and really take the fight to Fnatic. We saw a glimpse there. It was like, let's get in their faces.
Yes.
That's obviously the game plan today. Coming to Bind as well, it's another issue where we can highlight issues with the defaulting of Fnatic. So even if there's just a slight change, maybe not compositionally, but the way they approach the defensive half could be really important for Liquid.
But now that Fnatic has already been tested in terms of Liquid just running into their face, we're not expecting them to adapt as well and to come into this bind with like, all right, they keep going, they're so proactive, we're going to counter that.
I'll caveat that. How many times did we see any adjustments yesterday when mates were taking the fight to them, leaving space open on the map? Fnatic was so slow to respond. This is another thing that alludes to what Nats is talking about. You could see Boaster was flustered, coming up with answers in the mid-round. We saw a lot of player reactions yesterday where they were just shrugging their shoulders, throwing their hands up, didn't know what was... And this isn't due to whiffing or losing out engagement. It was like, guys, what the hell's going on? They've walked down long. They're behind me. They're on site.
You start losing trust in your defaulting as well. Like, are we really doing this the way that it's supposed to be done? Why is it not working against this team? Can they just walk onto us? Is one piece of utility enough to disrupt an entire attack?
Do we need more utility? Do we need a change in comp? Do we need another Brimstone? I mean, that's on Viper, so nothing too crazy.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Yeah,
I know you really.
We had the right to dream.
I'm not disappointed until we get into a few rounds.
I also want to highlight the fact that we saw it, especially towards the end of the map that we just witnessed. Football wasn't something else. Like if he's going to be pop flashing out of smokes, if he's going to be having that confidence on top of having that double dive that was working so good together, especially when we speak about the defense and pushing smokes, I'd be scared if I was Fnatic.
I know Sky's a little lost in terms of the meta discussion right now, but I think in terms of their approach to map 1, if they're just going to really tap into Camo being the second duelist here, building around Miniboo, who's obviously found his foot, found his confidence once more, got a little bit of bravado about the way he's talking about his gameplay as well, I'm absolutely all for it.
And that's locked in again on the speeches. Don't know which one it is this time around, whether it's personal.
Oh, I know EBS is paying around attention, being like,
they're
okay,
down in the dumpster. We can do this, or whether it's another one of the motivational ones. Either way, for me, Liquid has come out of the gate swinging, and they look so incredibly confident. I want Fnatic to find that confidence back.
Yeah, confidence being key for me as well. We kept talking about yesterday how it was concerning to see Boaster, and actually it was on Bind, being top fragged. A couple of players weren't putting up numbers yesterday. They absolutely need to respond here if Liquid are going to continue with this aggressive approach to this series.
And I want to see them cheering for each other, just like they were, celebrating even the small things. Like, I do not see too much concern, at least on the face of Alpha. He looks pretty relaxed, but I want to see them getting a little bit of momentum. Just get a couple of rounds on the board and start, dancing at them. Just
get Vekaj on his feet again.
Yes.
Get them all on their feet, but for now they're all sitting in their razor chairs and ready to load into the server, which means we're going to be tossing it over to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
That first map has to be a wake-up call for Fnatic, Tom. Liquid came in prepared, but the bounce back needed might have to happen on Liquid's map pick. We're going on to Bind, and a danger over the horizon. Potential 2-0 start. That's where your mind goes, but we've seen Fnatic bounce back from worse situations. There is a clock on this one.
Yeah, for sure. I think historically this has been a fantastic map for Fnatic as well, so is it a death sentence heading here? No, but if you look at the last 2 games that Liquid played on it, you might be a little nervous. They're 13-3 versus Vitality, 13-3 versus Heretics, 2 opponents that I think most people would have had them as less favored against, and they smashed them with their aggressive style, and they did it on the defense just yesterday, constantly pushing the bounds. As said, there was moments where Miniboo was in the opponent's spawn killing them. So they need to stop this guy early. They need to remove some of that confidence. Otherwise, yeah, I think they're getting 3-0.
Could see Pal in the face making, Pal in the crowd making faces while you were going through that.
I was about to say, he's joined FaZe?
Yeah. Get that man a raise. Well, Team Liquid 0-0 starting out as the barriers go up. They have already swapped spots with the attackers. Miniboo loves going down deep into their spawn, and he's found the first blood onto Vekash. You know what, Mike? You wanted to see him on his feet. I don't think he'll be standing up.
I was going to say, he was doing that to Chronicle. Why would he fear doing that to anyone else? Happy to run it down, happy to put the pressure on, and for the attack side, we've always known that Fnatic like to feel out the map. They like to go looking, they like to find information, but you're going to have to almost switch your style up a little bit just to stop those early kills going the way of the defense. For now, at least, Crashies is trying to sell the idea that this is an A hit, but the other players are not looking like they're going that way.
No, this is quite a clear late play to beat. Miniboo standing by with the Sheriff. Remember, they don't have to commit to these fights, already having that advantage, the fall back, as Purpose still has a flash. They can play back into the retake, fight out of a smoke, take that front sight control. Miniboo's caught a bit in the open here, already down to 50, revealed as well, but this is what it's all about, waiting for that flash. Miniboo going down makes it a bit more awkward, and Crashies still had vision, took Purpo down, and puts Fnatic into the lead. Oh my, Alpha! It's a messy fight. That ends up with 1 somehow, but it might not play a role. And in the end, it's a cleanup for Fnatic.
Yeah, good trading. Good fundamental play. I think that was some of the issues they had on the last map, was just being caught isolated, and they end up losing those fights. And after it happens again early, like, look at where he is fighting people. It's closer to your spawn than it is to the site. But it's the way they have their opponents back, and a little bit of luck, you know. It happens sometimes. 1-0.
Come on, man! Come on and push us!
Maybe he saw what Nats was talking about earlier, about putting the pressure onto him specifically and trying to show that, okay, you got the first map. That doesn't really mean too much. They know they're going to push. Of course they know they're going to push. So spamming that smoke makes a lot of sense. Nats is still here. Oh, Alfia just quick enough. That could have been deadly. Instead, Kayak. He's taken space on the other side of the map, but at this stage, I feel like the remaining 2 are just going to look to go down to that spike.
Planted. I almost thought he was going to TP out. Play with the rest of the squad, not take the risks, but
it's not got much to lose.
Sticking around, yeah. Even giving that over to your opponent, it's not going to be the end of the world. Maybe Alpha will be a bit angry, but the rest of the crew can still take that body shot. But this is the start that we wanted to see for Fnatic after a devastating loss in the previous map. You need something to get you on the horse early, and at least finding the pistol, having a relatively clean second round as well, and even farming up quite a lot of orbs. You can see Alpha's now the one with the Marshal hunting down towards this A site. He's 2 away from a showstopper, and in the next round, that could help out a bunch. TP taken though, those players will be hunted down. Alpha has a chance. He could end up with 1, and in fact, both kills, a 3K here. That has given Alpha
he gets the gun.
His ult, and indeed he got a rifle on the run out. So a huge round in the end for him. And Fnatic, they come into the next round, rifles and a showstopper.
Yeah, that could have gone really badly. Like, they drop the Vandal on the floor. I think it's Crashies that fell.
Yep.
But the fact that, Alpha cleans up the mess, gets his ult, and then picks up the rifle at the end, that's about as well as that ever could have gone from the scenario they were in. And this man as well, going back to some of their previous games on Bind, it was just on an absolute tear, flying across your screen at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I think they're going to need him here today with how his opponents have been playing. And one of the things Liquid did very well on the last map, especially on the attack, was they avoided him completely. They just went away from the final boss of EMEA. Went and did side quests, which included winning rounds.
There.
It'll be harder to avoid him here, especially when it comes to that attack side. Tip of the spear so often, and especially expected to be the case here. That showstopper to bring them into the site, and it will be B. It's under threat. We've seen this before, though. Purpo playing towards that elbow, flashing out. The delay of the snake bite, but a little different when Nat's going to invade that space. He's gotten so close, but a beautiful seize reveals him, gives the pick away, and now the pressure truly on. The showstopper still not burned from Fnatic. They've got that as a safety net, and they'll keep it as one in the back pocket for a future round, as the third seems to be coming easily into their favor. Team Liquid, they're going to concede. They're running for the hills, and no surprise, Tom, they barely did a lick of damage, let alone no picks.
Yeah, I think that's just good research. Like, you look at the last map, and it's a surprise. There was nothing in that composition that Fnatic could have done their research and read into and countered on the day. They didn't know what they were up against until they saw it in that moment. In this map, it's very different. Right? Nats has been doing these things for however many years. I go back to 2021, he's still doing some of the stuff he's doing. You could see that Fnatic were ready. Okay, they've put up this smoke, they put this in position. There is a chance he's in this gap. Let's make sure we check it. And that's always where Fnatic has done some of their best work, is if we know what you're going to do, we can beat it. 3-0, it's early days, but it's already looking far better than the last map.
Yeah, and I think even from the pistol, from seeing Boaster stand on his feet, get a little bit loud, it's so important to have the squad.
That's so unlucky.
I thought it was the seize. Yeah, it was too far back to actually reveal him. And that barrel was what cost him in the end, and who knows?
Hey, hookah boy!
Hookah boy. All right. But no, it's so important to see him bringing that energy up on the team, because you can imagine how low you feel after a 13-6. You know this is your last chance as well. You'll be watching Santiago from home, and the energy's looking better on Fnatic, but in this round, the opening pick goes to Liquid.
Well, that has been the thing for Fnatic. Okay, sure, you had lock-in where the first tournament of the year came with a trophy. But in 2024 and 2025, they did watch from home until coming back at stage 1. That's nice from Camo, though. The slow, perfect. Giving them a 2-man advantage. Minibu incredibly low, and while Wayne's play is going to be fairly one-dimensional with him sat holding on to Hookah. Question is there going to be any sort of recovery? A little bit risky, but info found nonetheless.
45 on the clock when push comes to shove. A shame to lose that showstopper in the opening duel. That was so close. The right idea by Kayak, but the wrong execution. That flash, though, a different story. He's got himself two eventually. Took down Camo, but here he comes again, the menace on the server. Sliding around and finding one round for Team Liquid.
Yeah, much more of what we expected to see from them. Some of this aggression that has caught their opponents out quite a bit. The initial firing squad and then the reaction coming out from Camo. That is the trouble with this composition, is if you fall into, okay, we lost a couple of rounds and play a little bit more scared, you lose. So you don't have the ability to do that. So the fact that Liquid still are fighting their opponents aggressively, still taking that space, not fearing away. Of course, for Fnatic, they've still got plenty of credits to play with in this one. And that showstopper is still available. Wasn't needed in the round prior.
Poison's on.
Maybe used in an execute here. The double up in Hookah. Contact and then a second layer. The gun's been spotted, but Alfia still wins the fight.
Well, he goes, Hinder landed, and it's the TP play from Nats to try to find value. The orbital strike put down, but those players hindered can fall back just far enough. The blast packs, I think, helped Alpha, but he's left on 30. And with Kayak falling in that attempt to take space elsewhere, they are already so far behind with Alpha being picked off. This round looks like it's dead in the water. Boaster and Crashies left to pick up those pieces. They're walking into the site that's stacked as well. The first goes their way, but now that's the end of it. 3K for Nats, a second round for Team Liquid, and they're climbing back already.
Yeah, I thought with the way Alpha got that opening pick that this round was going to be a different beast, but it was just that reaction once again. The immediate aggression out from Camo, the slow to give them space, and then Nats just popping his way through the TP, cover still being held on the other side. It's just layers to the setups that they have. Now
What do you
early
think? I
start.
think I'll chill against him. I can chill nothing last time when I played on Fracture, not now.
Gone all the way back to Fracture.
I think he's referencing that 1v1 he had versus Boaster, where Boaster picks him at the end. If he is, that's the thing that goes into my mind when he's talking about Fracture.
Rolling back the years, my goodness. There's the showstopper finally put through, and Liquid's response is, as you may have expected, to go pushing, but Purpo made a big mistake. The showstopper finds its mark. Kayak with the disruption into the spawn. Natsto, ice in a furnace. He's grabbed two. That might just keep Liquid in it. And here comes Miniboo, getting space and locking these players in towards Lamps as he was watching the cross, but Crashies somehow survives. Left into the 1v1, but Boaster waits on the other side of that molly for the 4th round on the board for Fnatic.
The back and forth has been crazy. The IGL's clutching out either round. And it's just the sheer pace of this one, like a showstopper in one way, an aggressive showers push the other way, a spawn fight back in from the defenders, and then it all coming down to 1v1 where Boaster has to take down Miniboo. Oh, this time we had to mute it. 4-2. Cutting through. And that is quite a damning round for Liquid. The economy on the brink, a couple of rifles into play, one of them in the hands of Nats, and while Camo was hoping to find a victim, it's actually Nats to find one instead.
Yeah, they ran away from the bark of that shorty and ran right into the bite. Crashies, he's waiting, biding his time. As Camo recovers a rifle, though, this gets a little bit dangerous, and especially for him, the wrap back from Fnatic. If this gets spotted, that could be the spike down, but the space is good. They've managed to slip 2 players back. At this point, all the info is slipping through the fingers of Team Liquid. They think they've got a good grasp on this situation, but I mean, the gate crash from Kayak might be the only thing that hints at this play going back in the other direction, if it's even taken, because I think Camo's close enough to hear it.
It looked like Nats for a second might go back. Instead, they've just left it on to Miniboo. Bear in mind, he has nothing. I think he used his ult maybe at the beginning of the round, but that's it. He's just sat with a classic. The only thing he'll bring his team is information, but how are they even going to get there in time? They can't take the TP. That's being watched on the other side. And his goal is just to slow them. Just use the stuns as much as possible. But even those have dissipated, and now they're being flanked once again. Fnatic leaving things desperately low. And there's the Viper's Pit. They're just trying to delay for Camo. They're trying to give him space. If he could drop the spike, this round is basically over. And he's going to try and make that move.
10 seconds left.
Already getting in on the flank. The spike just about being planted, but I don't even think it matters anymore. Vekash has to clutch versus the whole squad, and it's the classic to take him down. Liquid surrounded them, and at many points, it looked like Fnatic were going to find the space. But eventually they got caught.
And we know this is in their wheelhouse. Whether it was Miniboo, whether it was Camo getting that deep aggression, whether it's Nats wrapping up behind you, this is not a map that you can give that much space. I like the idea of playing it slow, but that little bit of extra delay, the read from Liquid. I'm also surprised that Liquid had used at like 40 seconds. They threw in the snake bite towards B long. They were convinced this was a B play with 3 players still there, utility being expended to buy more time, and they still end up on A in time. And it's because of that decision from Camo to say, it's been a little bit too long without any util. I'm going.
And Miniboo's stun. Like him throwing that in towards mid-A bought enough time for Nats to get there on Viper's Pit. It seems like the response is going to be a pacier take. Weaponry weak, but Alfia still has a rifle in hand. Needed to win the fight, but actually Kayak gets it and now could pick up that rifle for his own. They do have themselves a Viper's Pit if they can find space to use it, but look at where the defenders are already.
Seeker's gone on to Vekash as well. They know that there's a player far outside the site, but soon they may just flee completely. That wall can go up and they can take the TP. Already seeing so many players here from Team Liquid. Fnatic, they hold their ground. They stand the line and fall together instead. 4-4 now. Team Liquid have caught up.
Yeah, getting more and more success. You try and go pacey versus them, it seems like they're ready. I don't mind the idea from Fnatic. Like, your opponents have been pushing B short in quite a lot of rounds. It's been a 3-man push there. And it didn't seem to make a difference. It got a little bit further than maybe they would have done, but for Miniboo, this has just been a farming round.
Nice!
Got over halfway back towards his ult already. And well, the coach is giggling along. Yeah, this is the moment for Fnatic to also have to slow things down again from a 3-0 start. They found themselves level, and I do think they're really feeling that pressure from their opposition.
This is the other thing. When you come into this map and off rip, the energy's getting high. You're trying to lift spirits, and you also get a 3-0 start. Well, that seems like everything's lined up for you, and then it starts to taper off. And that's even harder to deal with, is that return to the low energy, return to the lull. And it's hard to get out of that without connecting some rounds on the back. At 4-4, the wind truly at Liquid's back, and Fnatic, although it is tied up with the last map fresh in our memory, the vibe here, it feels like it's slipping round by round with 4 out of the last 5 rounds going to Team Liquid. Now's the time for Fnatic to come up with answers.
Yeah, it's a good time to do it as well. Viper's Pit online, Orbital Strike available. Nightfall there as well, but their opponents are going. Again, it's just an immediate push up mid, and they might have been caught by a Prowler, but they're just going to flash straight through the smoke. Again, they're wrapping around the spawn, but there has to be a reaction from Fnatic. They're immediately going to start putting that pressure, well, they were putting that pressure on towards the B side, but they are taking their time, and that time might be the end of them. It just depends how quickly we see the move from their opponents. And while Nats is going to be here and put the snakebite in to slow them that little further.
This has been what they do every single time. That snakebite's enough to slow them, and buy time is all they need to do. Flank is getting so close to coming to completion, and now there it is, off the orbital strike, and ult cancelled out for a piece of utility. And although Kayak finds 2, now the flank strikes, the spike is stuck in this corner. They might have the sight, but they need to get out. And the damage done leaves Purple with an opportunity. A low HP Kayak on the site. The pieces can still be picked back up for Liquid to continue this dominant run. 4 out of 5 rounds, but Kayak will seal the deal for Fnatic. The lead is back in their hands.
Oh, that round was all him. That round was all him. Like, the delay that was set up by Liquid was nigh on perfect. The snakebite to stop them, the molly straight after. He goes through with his TP and is completely alone. This is him fighting versus all the opponents while his teammates are just stuck in a corner, and he gets 2 openers and then even clutches it out at the end. This is the star power that we needed to see from Fnatic in rounds like this, and it will allow them a response.
Yeah, a moment to breathe, but not too much. Still the full buy up for Team Liquid, 1 away from Camo having ultimate, same for Miniboo. How dangerous that's being cannot be overstated. Team Liquid push down mid again, this time more tempered. It's slower, and it's not giving the information away. They're holding for contact, and Crashies is about to give it, but he found the info, punished. Perhaps that flash was perfect. Still, shots from the side are making this awkward until Vikash goes down. Now the players on the side have to worry about their flank, and somehow Wayne keeps the trades equal. A 2 versus 2.
Smoke's down.
It looks like Nats is going to come around to meet Purple. They'll both play this from the flank.
That's dependent on what Fnatic do here. They are baiting the plant. They are worried of almost every single angle, but maybe not the correct one. Alphagear is watching, though. That was the main fight. Now Nat's coming in on the flank, and they're still just baiting. They're still trying to make him go for this, make him take the 1v1. It is smart stuff from Fnatic. You want to try and surprise us? We have time to spare.
6-4, a 3-0 start. It looked like it was all going to slip away, but Fnatic, they found their rhythm again. Singing from the same hymn sheet, and they have put the pressure onto Team Liquid. A 6-4 scoreline and a timeout from Liquid. Their first in this half, and really the first time in the series that we've seen any sign that Liquid are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, well, the first map was the thing is, the first map was 2 things. One, it was you throwing in a bit of a more risky comp. Hey! You throwing in more of a risk, and then even if the game was close, that's okay. Then they started to run away with it. Why are your coaches going to be calling a pause? But now you're on your choice. You are getting these aggressive fights. You're getting into positions where you could take over these rounds, but Fnatic in the mid rounds are able to recover. And that's what it's felt like. It has been a lot of recovery. It's like someone like Kayak has been able to get in that tiny gap you left and win the round. Or in this one, it was just Alpha and Kayak trading effectively into the late and then them baiting in. Okay, you want to surprise us, you want to catch us on an off peak or catch us while one of us planting. We won't plant, we'll wait for you. And those are the moments where I think that Boaster always has and always will truly earn his paycheck, is in the middle of the round, where he can call, where he can change the outcome.
He can have some generational insight, like Nats might be coming behind. We haven't seen it yet.
It was Perfo this time, the first time at least.
First time, yeah. But when he baited the plan,
but if you're
Nats.
always watching for Nats, maybe you'll catch someone else.
Well, there you go. No, all part of the game plan. Coach Tom chiming in. Well, Liquid 4 on the board and aggression.
No way.
Of the game. 2 rifles and an ult for Miniboo. Look, they're still pretty decently armed. Fnatic have been pushed back from any B control by the low buy. Again, I think they've made the right call by respecting this, even though there are some missing pieces for Liquid. They won't be pulling any punches with what they've got. Although now, Miniboo's ult shouldn't be there anymore.
That's the problem. That ult doesn't last that long if you don't kill anyone. So it's faded because they sat so far back. One of the main pieces is gone. I'm a little bit nervous seeing that orbital strike online because there's been so many set plays involving the slows, and with Camo also having the convergence path, there's real potential to combo those two ultimates together, which is, again, something we've already seen. And with Fnatic playing so slow, that potential builds and builds and builds. You can even see that Wayne is sat in the spawn. He's making sure he can rotate into the right place. The problem is they've kind of been faked out, and that's going to make it a lot harder for him to do his job.
2 players spotted as well towards this B site. All the info there for Fnatic. Ults coming online in this and the next round. This could be a dominant close to the half. Team Liquid trying to thin out that herd, but only the one to be found in the trade. So quick from Fnatic. There is nothing to be done but sit and watch as 6 turns into 7. Fnatic, 1 round left to play in the half, and it looks like they've recovered control.
Yeah, unfortunately on the defense, it is a lot harder to avoid Alfia. He is 14-7 right now and has just been ripping heads all the way through this half. The thing is, I don't mind the idea of having those reactive ultimates, but with the dimensional drift online, I think Kayak was able to get them so much information that they're like, okay, at some point, we are going to see Wayne pop this ult. So we just have to be aware that we need an angle to play around, and that's exactly what they did.
Well, 1 last to play for, and you see what I was talking about. Viper's Pit, Nightfall, and Showstopper all available for Fnatic off
Info
the gate.
get in post-plant is pretty good.
You've got a whole round in front of you, and for Team Liquid, the expectation, clearly, in Fnatic's camp is that there's going to be some aggression. The 1 ult that they have certainly lends itself to that in the form of the convergence path on Camo. So you see Fnatic just sit back. They're willing to let Liquid make the first mistake, and they know that if it comes to crunch time, they stand a pretty good chance with the ults they've got. Provided Alpha stays alive, he's the guy that's got to get them in.
Yeah. Luckily, Kayak has also been having a pretty good game, so they've got a decent backup, but 4 players on this A site, all setting up ready around that singular ult. The man on the other side, it's Nats, so fair. It's not a bad man to leave alone, but I think this might be easier said than done. Alfia already setting up, 40 seconds left. No one is even close to rotating. They'd have to dip through the TP, and that's as bad as it could have gone. Viper on Viper. Vekash takes him down. That leaves the site open for free. Nightfall will be thrown in. They've got the information, but this is where that fast flank through the TP needs to come in, and the Showstopper is going to buy them. Well, doing by the time. No, he's just going to send it.
Yeah, he's done damage on a Camo, though. Here goes the convergence path. Now time to dive on in. Could be pressure for Alfia to deliver down below. Hookah, and he's been spun on by Miniboo. Another perhaps, but no, the Kaz is there to greet him. A lead present sent his way. Wayne looking the wrong way. He's being sliced up, and Fnatic 4 versus 2. The godlike performance needed for Liquid, needed from Camo and Purpo. As the time ticks, another found, and it's down to just Kayak. They've done it. Every shot landed for Team Liquid. And a defuse puts them 7-5 at the halftime. That round looked like a done deal, Tom.
I'm genuinely baffled by the fact that they've managed to turn that back around. I was fully convinced after the knife that this was completely close. Nonetheless, I need myself a breather, so let's go down to Lou, who's standing by with a lovely interview.
You know these faces very, very well because yesterday they were fighting for their lives on the VCT EMEA stage. Thank you for joining me, Mini, Starkso, and Beyaz. Beyaz, I heard that you have no more voice after the casting yesterday, so I'll spare you on this one. But my first question goes to you, Starkso. You know, what happened yesterday? It was, you know, an amazing comebacks against Fnatic, which is a team with a lot of stamina, a lot of experience. Looking back at it, like, how did you do this magic, basically?
Good question. You know, I think until sorry, I think
too, don't worry.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, I think until now I still don't know how he did it. You know, a reverse sweeping like team like Fnatic. I think it's huge roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah.
We're really proud of that. You know, I think you can hear in my voice. We still didn't get through it. You know, 2 hours of sleep. So.
Did you manage to get some sleep?
Yeah, 2 hours.
2 hours. Yeah. 2 hours and then straight to the arena to watch party. And speaking about watch party, Mini, I wanted to ask you, you know, how is it to be in the arena with no pressure, no anti-strat to prepare? You know, the job is done basically to qualify for Masters Santiago. So do you enjoy, you know, resting from the kickoff marathon, just watching the others play and fight for their lives?
Yeah, I mean, it feels very refreshing being here, you know, being able to watch friends like Vekash, you know, play. Yeah. It's amazing. And I'm just happy to be here, happy to enjoy our watch party with Beyaz, talk to the Gentlemates community, you know, and just enjoy. It's amazing to be here. And I'm happy I didn't need to play for some time now.
Of course. Real quick, Team Liquid or Fnatic for these finals?
Fnatic.
Okay, what about you boys? Fnatic or Fnatic?
For me, Fnatic.
Oh, Fnatic. Okay, let's see if Fnatic can indeed take the win on Vine. Thank you so much.
Well, this is pretty unanimous up there. We've got one for Fnatic and two for Fnatic. We'll see. Not much going for Team Liquid, so maybe that's because they're trailing by 2, but after that first map, I'm pretty afraid of what their attack side can do. They looked so dominant.
The last round.
The last round especially, man. Fighting back there, Crash, he's finding his first knife kill in VCT, and then this happens to him.
No, it's madness, like what we've just witnessed, and that's what Liquid have kind of been doing throughout. They've pulled off these absurd rounds to get them back into the game. Now, you have yourself a pistol victory, you're level, you're going into that attack side that was so dominant when they played versus Heretics. But again, Fnatic have already seemed to stabilize, seemed to adapt, seemed to have those calls that can turn things. Vekash already under pressure. He's running for the hills. He's seen the double dive into the site, and he's having none of it.
Understandable.
Spike
planted. To set up for the post, but Vekash is going to be caught, pincered on both sides. Nice play by Liquid. That aggression doesn't seem to be going anywhere. There's still 3 players moving towards the spawn. Nats is wrapping up behind, doing damage, being a thorn in the side and the back for Alphayer as Camo on 10 HP. It takes quite a brave fight indeed, but he's got the info. Last 2 players fully spotted, and you can see Liquid ready for every engagement sent their way. Even if Miniboo goes down, oh, I was gonna say he's likely to. Never mind, little help from his friends. And Team Liquid find the pistol. That gap is closing in on Fnatic.
Yeah, this is always the most terrifying part when you face off against this Liquid side, is I feel like this is now the perfect way to activate Nats. Like, you have this super fast-paced aggro into the site, panic stations, everyone rotate, get into position. Nats is like, yep, chilling in spawn. Like, he's always been that extra layer that's so hard to play against, but in this sort of setup, in this sort of meta, it's perfect to just have him in that backline, and that's something that you could even see. Fnatic were looking, like Alphayer didn't just walk with his back turned, he was looking for where Nats is, but that has always been an issue, especially on this map, is there's knowing he'll be somewhere, and then there's dealing with him.
Well, the easy follow-up, as it often is, Fnatic on classics. And the question for Liquid is, can they hold on to all those weapons? They brought 4 in 3 Bulldogs as well, so still standing a pretty good chance when it comes to the next round, even without the numbers advantage they're likely to have when grouped up. And hello, Miniboo got forced out by a nade, but forcing the fight didn't take it out of his favor. Boaster and Alpha, the last 2, and well, he got decisions here. Do you care about That looked funky. Oh, goodness. Do you care about giving them orbs, or do you value finding some for yourself more? And it looks like
I don't even know what that looks like.
What just happened there, bro? All right, end zone flawless. No mistakes made by Liquid, and even Nats is scratching his head a little bit.
Hey, he's getting some style points. He's getting tricky with it. 7-7. That second pistol once again, putting Liquid back into favor, and this is where we need to see that response once more from Fnatic. They will come in with the rifles, they will come in with everything they need, but their opponents also have rifles mostly. And I'll be honest, the SMG for Miniboo, not that much of a detriment with how fast he's moving.
Yeah, it didn't seem to hold him back last round, but now you're up against rifles. Harder to make it work. Already on the site, you've seen the dodge off the stun, but still, Miniboo finds one. Boaster on the trade at least, and now a 4v3, keeping control of the round. Vikash comes to help out, but Boaster's double may have sealed the deal. Good damage coming in from Nats, but 2 players low. Still 3 rifles carried forward for Fnatic.
Yeah, you always have to feel nervous when it's Nats on the other side, but not this time. Boaster was the one to take over. Being able to get in quick enough, because that's been their issue. Well, that's been a lot of teams' issues. When you have this dive, when you have this fast-paced take, you normally don't have the support, so he just had to run in and take those firefights. Fnatic back onto the ball, but that was the bonus. As you said, the SMG, it didn't seem to hamper Miniboo too much, but now he's got himself a Phantom.
Well, a minute 30, and it seems Liquid are going to be pretty quick with this one. Even with the ability to TP back, the whole squad is behind Camo, and he doesn't seem to be going anywhere. He wants to go forward. He wants to push through, and with the Sky Flash, they'll try! Wayne puts 2 in the ground. Numbers back even for a moment, but Boaster pulls the advantage out of thin air. I don't think he wants to keep fighting here, though. A 3 versus 2, a judge on the retake for Vikash. If they don't push into him, that's going to be a tough one to make work. Should be some weapons to pick up behind him. And indeed, they will just wait to take this together. Only 2 left, but it's Wayne and Nats.
Nats is facing the wrong way. Oh, it should have been free, but even still, he manages to catch, crashes, and Wayne, in clutch scenarios, has been sublime, and he needs to get past this utility now. The judge should be deadly, and well, Boaster is there again, climbing up that scoreboard, leading by example, and extending Fnatic's lead by 2.
Yeah, I mean, having a great map here as well. You know, for Boaster, I think he might come into this as like the lowest rated player in the league in EMEA. And I mean, considering the fact that it's not like they've gone for that lower bracket run early on. They weathered some storms, and I think it just again goes to show the fact that not only is Fnatic stacked with individual talent, but this man, he brings a lot to the server. In terms of that leadership, that's why they didn't bomb out early. And now when he's firing as well, he could have some problems brewing. Team Liquid call a timeout at round 17. A 2-round deficit, but a little bit of momentum building up for Fnatic. And well, they want to put a stop to that before Fnatic start to believe again.
Well, he's done well in the last couple of rounds to just keep advantages. I feel like we've had the back and forths, Kayak's early double, and you have the response, but his goal was just get one, keep the advantage, and then we just trade effectively. We keep it basic, keep to those fundamentals. And that could be enough to do this, because you start going for those riskier plays, you start going to be a hero versus this Liquid squad, and hey, maybe Wayne wins a 1v3 while he's on 5 health. Like, you just need to be careful with this Liquid squad, because although in the early stages of this tournament where, okay, some of the players were maybe not on the correct roles, we've seen swap-ups to put Camo into position, top of the board by the way, and even Nats like swapping into, okay, I'm just going to go back to my Viper, I'm going to go back to my Cypher to keep things more comfortable. You do still now have, even more so, have to be careful when these players are feeling good, because they've been in such great form.
I do much rather see Purpo as well on the Sky rather than the Fade. I feel like his Initiator util has been shaky, whereas at least with Sky, although an Initiator, he can at least play it as a duelist, as we've seen. He's flashing for himself, and Maybe just give him a Yoru. But no, it's good to have that little, that you've seen the value of the dog, value of the info and the flashes as well, but often used individually. Here's Alpha in a lot of trouble, but he's dodged that hinder, and Camo's going to have a much tougher time taking him down, you would think. Nice response with Vikash keeping the numbers. No, they're even going to use an orbital strike. Hey, for a round like this, Liquid have got to be happy to already get a big ult out of the way.
Also, Wayne has got quite far. Like, the rest of the players are almost selling the idea that they're falling back off this, and he's just walked into lamps. Now, it's a good thing for the space he's taken. It's a bad thing because he has the spike. So if he doesn't get 2 kills here, they've dropped the spike, he got nothing. That was the low HP player. I thought for sure he'd at least come out with 1, but now this becomes impossible. Of course, it was lower weapons, so the expectations was it would be difficult anyway. Oh, for Kayak, it's just the clean-up crew. 10 rounds for Fnatic. They lost their own map choice, but their opponents is looking pretty good.
It is indeed. Yeah, but I suppose as well, you look at Corrode and the surprise factor definitely comes into play. Des talked about it. I think Kuka was saying that, you know, you come into that matchup and you only get to prepare for what's coming your way. For the remember, Liquid didn't just sit back and sort of have setups. They were getting aggressive. And the only time the Fnatic had to counter that was in the loading screen. So it very much limits your ability to react. We saw their game challenged from the very second that barriers went up. Fnatic get to play a different game than they had rehearsed, but here on Bind, everything's going according to plan. 3-round gap, Fnatic in the lead, and a chance to basically make this BO5 a BO3, put us 1-1.
Kayak once again aggressive, but he might have dealt a headshot. He's received, or his teammate, I should say, has received one trying to swing from mid.
Time to jump.
Does have his ultimate online. The problem is when Fnatic have had those disadvantages, a lot of the time we have seen those individuals try and turn the rounds back. I like the setup though. Playing contact with Vikash, but he's not going to be able to stop Miniboo. Just too quick on the slide to deal with, and now that singular disadvantage has doubled.
I've got your trail.
TP taken, but it's the Seekers here that make this a very tough task. Nate sent early, break the Seekers, stop the Neon from pushing, but now we're in a bit of trouble. Oh, Alphayer, he was left reeling, spinning around that site. Not sure where the danger was coming from, and the trick was, it was from all over. 10-8. 2-round gap, solid response from Liquid, and 4 ultis coming into next.
Yeah, I love the fact that you're probably in that moment shouting like, there's 4 in showers, there's 4 in showers. It's like, but that means there's what? And that's the moment, that's when it first clicks in your brain that if there's 4 players one place, that means Nats is in the other. Just claiming that additional space.
Nice, amazing kills, boys. I think, why is he pushing?
10-8. First spy round on the board for Liquid, but as you said, a lot to play with in this one. Showstopper, it's been baited out. They've gone the other way. Can he find something for it? Not quite. Miniboo, the one person quick enough to escape. The overdrive has faded as well, so it's a trade for a trade on those ults, but I'll be honest, I think Liquid will take that.
Definitely, yeah, a huge danger taken out, and although Miniboo can do just the same, that Showstopper can pick up a whole lot more, a whole lot faster. For Fnatic, waiting outside this site, all 5 players are here, and although they're sitting in the smokes containing the space, they haven't yet decided to strike until Alpha goes up top now. Here comes the invasion of the A site. Fnatic, they've already found 2. Both falling into the hands of Alphayer. Someone has to fight back on Liquid if the climb back is to continue. Really? And it will be the pit from Nats put in so late. A danger lurking as they've spotted him. The Yoru's looking to push on through, but hold on, Bolster's gone down. Shorty for Nats grabs a double, and the champ's still alive. The duelist of purple, as we know him, here on the sky, popping the flashes to buy them time and swinging for the home run. It's a Red Bull clutch, and Liquid have taken this in to punching distance.
Only Nats. Only Nats has the call to do that. I was sat there.
You're a
I was sat there thinking, there's no way he can even get back into his own pit. But that was never the plan. The plan was to leave everybody low enough for his teammate to close out the round.
Let's go, boys!
These are the absurdities that only Liquid could achieve. And what was looking so good from Fnatic has again dealt a death blow by Nats.
Anyone else in that situation, the Yora's just on you and you're getting spammed, yet they're a little bit too far away. Nats doesn't know that. He took a risk. He rolled the dice and look at him. Dishing out Snake Eyes to the opposition. He's already found the opening. Looking for a bit more, and well, that, never mind. I was going to say he might punish him. He was pushing down close, but it made no difference. No quarter given by Team Liquid, and in-zone flawless to put them neck and neck. And as Fnatic started to build up momentum, the wind is ripped from their sails. A timeout, the final one we'll see on Bind. Both teams pushed to the limit, but it's Fnatic that are already a map down.
Yeah, every time I think that, okay, this is the moment that Liquid might just slip a little bit. You just see some of that brilliance. You see some of those moments that they've been doing this all week. They've been doing this all the way through their fight in that lower bracket. We mentioned it, the conversation of last year where they fell into the lower bracket immediately and needed to win 5 games in a row to make it to Masters. This year, they fell twice. They were given an additional lower bracket, which almost seems unfair. And then now on that road again. 4 wins out of 5. The last would be defeating Fnatic and again eliminating them from kickoff contention, not going to the first Masters. And Liquid, obviously, they made it to every global event last year. They are getting more and more to look like a squad that are going to do it again.
Without a doubt, the performances we're seeing here, the innovation as well. Just looking back to the previous map, one day and so much changed. It really feels like the sky is the limit right now, and well, it is gone. No disrespect to Purpo, and it is going to be Fnatic that have to fight their way back in terms of the context of this series. Even the map win will just put them even, and for now, that is being pulled into question. I believe it's 3 in a row for Team Liquid. And after using up their final pause, the final pause of Bind, aggression towards B long, the trade is very good for Liquid. They continue to get ground, but eyes drawn towards the B site means backs turned on A, and that's where Nats is filling in that space. He has gone so far back to prime. Nats with the space taken, and the Cash can watch the angle. All he wants, the only thing he'll see is a bullet speeding towards his temple. Team Liquid, 4 versus 3, post-plant, momentum, orbital strike, and the ult on camo. The convergence path could, either one could lock in this round,
look
having
how far
both.
back they are. Look how far back they're sitting. Like you can see
Snake
all of the
sent.
spams, everything being used to try and delay them. Crashy just got it to half though. Honestly, not bad, but Nats has already taken another name. They're trying to heal him while he pushes. There goes the molly. And now he's in the corner they spammed. Why would they check this? They do! Crashy clears it again. A chance, a spam for Boaster. This is getting interesting, but can he tank the damage? He'd have to go all the way through this. It's going to be close, but not close enough. A nice attempt, but now Crashy's with little to no time. It will be the round for Liquid. And all their post-blood util does the job.
That was so close, but you could see it from the get-go. Fnatic were playing up against a stacked hand, and they just didn't have enough, playing with a card less in their own. The molly that was sent through followed the snake bite, and then the orbital strike.
Look how close it is.
16 health, and frankly, I don't even call that a pixel away.
Do you think as well of his full health? Is that enough? Because he was a little bit off.
I'm not sure what health he was on.
I think he was on like 89. I don't know how many shields.
I think he survives another tick. That's all he needed.
So I think that was the little bit of spam from Nats.
That's devastating. And the round that's in it, Tom, that puts Fnatic down to pistols. 11-10, the lead taken out of their hand with no chance to fight for it until Liquid push up to 12, until they are, not just on the home stretch, they're knocking on the door, and Fnatic left in the dust. One chance to fight for this. They need to push it to OT. And they're not winning this one, I'll tell you that. Nats is toying with his food, and end zone flawless with style. Liquid looking to send Fnatic home. 2 maps would basically be a death sentence. They need 3 in a row, and right now Liquid look like the better squad.
He just 360'd him. He's going for old school phase and optic clips. Like, what is this? Is he making a montage mid-game?
I don't know what's going on. What's going on?
He just destroyed them, that's it.
That's the Nats factor. 24 and 13. You could spend a whole day prepping for what this man has done in the past, what he's going to do. But dealing with him is a problem. This round, they've got him. They found him. There's more pieces to the puzzle. Boaster on the corner. He's going to dodge the ult. Gives him a way out of there, but he's under serious pressure. The spam not quite catching him, and this time the defense hold the line.
Oh yeah, even with the one for Camo, so much more needing to be done. The play in towards the spawn could cause problems. In fact, it does. Camo lands it. TP can be taken. 2 versus 3, and the A site wide open. Where do they go for the plant? I mean, they have control over spawn. It's the right call. Nice and open as well. Even towards bathroom, you have to be scared. This is going to steal information out of the hands of Fnatic. And with the deep position from Camo, he was playing here until a matter of seconds ago. They know that nobody's coming from the spawn. They know that they'll be wrapping around, and Camo's connected the dots for his triple. The numbers even, the time ticking, and Fnatic are the ones that need this and a follow-up. They've got to pick up the pace already. Camo's got 4, and he'll close it with the ace. Camo cleaning up, puts them 13-10, 2-0, and 1 map away from Santiago.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Vamos!
Red Bull gives you wings.
I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the catch came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
No, you think I will chill against him? I can chill nothing last time when I played on Fracture, not now.
Not worth it. Sit down. It's attack.
Nice, nice. How you guys lose that? What? How?
Bro, they actually cannot shoot when we are in their faces.
I cannot hear shit, bro.
Let's go, boys! Them up! Good job!
Come in! Come in!
Team Liquid is fired up 2-0 against Fnatic in this lower bracket final. This was Bind. It was their map pick, but historically, Fnatic looks so good on this Billy, but Liquid just had their number.
Yeah, Liquid continued to be flawless on this map throughout kickoff so far. They obviously knew coming into it that it was a strong map for them, so not to be worried. I really like in that reaction pack that Wayne is the only one that's kind of like chilling. Like it was quite a tame react pack, but Wayne is just like, I can't hear anything.
Well, that's not what he said. Verbatim.
For air purposes.
Take the
hear
fine.
anything.
Go on.
No, it's
No, okay. I was impressed though. The thing for me coming into that, not necessarily an agent composition switch, but Liquid continuing with this, running it down.
Yes.
Purpo said that it was like, yes, as simple as this. We thought we were going to lose Corrode. We just wanted to come in, frag out. For me, this was just another example of getting in their faces, applying pressure to Fnatic, forcing them into making these scrambled mid-round decisions.
What was actually fascinating is Liquid started quite aggressive early on this map, Billy, and then Fnatic just had their number. They were able to get back into the lead. They were able to shut them down, but Liquid literally did not give up. They just kept going.
Yeah, I think it's really weird though, because if you're Fnatic, you kind of should recognize the composition that you're up against, right? When you look at Liquid's composition, the only real information gathering tool that they have in this composition is that Sky, which, shout out the Sky, honestly, I thought I was watching Jack Igo in the server there. But yeah, like, you recognize that that's what you're up against. You know, playing against this composition, that they are going to be looking to get aggressive on this defense. They are going to be looking to try and isolate those fights to be able to get that man advantage where they can. And, you know, they were successful in being able to do that a lot of the rounds.
I think an argument to be made here is the trust now. Again, this being the perfect example here. Confirmation on the location of somebody, and it's Camo and Minibrew really finding their feet in these roles, feeling happy now about the double duelist and how to actually play it most efficiently.
And speaking of confirmation of location, Nat's location was continuously a thorn in Fnatic's side. They're like, oh yeah, there's 4 people here. Oh wait, that's 4 out of 5. Where's the other one? Where is he going? And it's just what Nats does best.
Yeah, again, we've had this conversation so many times over the last 5 years, and Tom nailed it again. It's for a team now to go over and above in terms of aggression, in terms of proactivity. Nats is still that kind of outlier, right? He's still able to find value in these situations, and it's just throwing Fnatic's macro off entirely. They have to address certain things they're not necessarily having to deal with. I guess usually against other opponents, particularly being Liquid. They're a team that likes to play slow. Nats is a very methodical IGL, but now with 4 people going forward, running it down, you've got Nats just sitting back chilling. It's the worst thing to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think that we have always kind of highlighted Nats and Bind being his kind of playground. Nats on Bind, what could potentially go wrong? Well, it's Nats. He's going to be able to find you. He's going to be able to get those kills, and he's also going to be able to turn around rounds that almost look losable, turning into like winning rounds as well for his team. So yeah, he's just the king of Bind at this point.
Confidence very much on the side of Liquid, but Abyss is coming up next, and this is a map for Fnatic that they looked confident on even yesterday. I mean, Crashies and Abyss, name a more iconic duo, I guess, but Hypok, you seem worried.
No, the confidence discussion is just out the window for me. You lose Bind, you lose a 5v2 to close out the map, and Camo's acing. Confidence for me is just a discussion I don't even want to have when it comes to Fnatic right now.
So, speak your truth, King.
Speak my truth. They're not confident. I come back to the same thing yesterday. They're questioning the decision-making in-game. Milan asking things like, are we panicking? now's the time to panic, switch something up. If there's anything else you've worked on, go to the second, third page of the playbook, because right now this series is passing them by.
So Billy, are we panicking?
Luckily for Fnatic, Abyss has been a flawless map for them in Kickoff, so they can at least feel good about that. Obviously, the last time that they played Team Liquid, I believe they played Team Liquid on this map, and did they? Ignore that. Hold that thought for a second. But that's what they can at least find confidence in, I think, here. Team Liquid have changed their composition around. They were obviously running the Breach Teho previously.
Something else now?
Yeah, they've been running it back into that double duelist identity.
I will come back to the point now where, yes, I want to see them really, really double down. Lohan's talked about finding their identity, figuring out how they want to play the game. Double duelist. Let's see it. It's working really well for them. Why stray away from that?
Yeah, I want to see them run in. I want to see them continue this as you know. Yeah.
And the guy on the screen right now, Purpo, for me, is having a standout performance today. Again, in situations where I think we've probably seen him struggle within the initiator role. We've seen him obviously dip in both sides of this double duelist application, but right now, Purpo is on fire.
And let's not forget, Fnatic now have to reverse sweep in order to make it to Masters Santiago.
Oh, what can possibly go wrong,
They
Billy?
have not been able to do that since stage 1 of 2024, I believe it was. So it's definitely an uphill battle for them. Considering that they got reverse swept yesterday as well, how is that going to be affecting their mental, knowing that massive mountain that they have to climb?
For me, Fnatic looking into this map, again, my eyes go towards Vekaj. He was insane yesterday on Abyss. Certainly a driving force for Fnatic. Not going to see any surprises really here in terms of the composition. Nat slipping back onto the Cypher.
Yeah, I think when I'm looking at Fnatic's composition here, I'm looking at the stopping power that they're going to have against this Waylay and that Neon that they have. I'm thinking about how amazing Alpha and Boaster have been looking on that B site with their defensive setups, right? I'm looking at Vekaj and how much value he's going to be able to get off of that Zero Crown, off of that KO knife.
Already seen an example here, though. Liquid obviously doing the homework in terms of the Corrode setups for Alpha. They were able to sniff it out. They were just abusing B on repeat. So, again, whether or not that's a factor here, how quickly do we see Fnatic adjust some of these defensive setups, particularly seeing them start on that in the first half?
And if anything, that's what's, I guess, the most lackluster this time around is Fnatic is a team we expect to be able to adapt quickly.
Yeah, for sure. And like, it is a big ask, you know? They were playing in a BO5 last night. Having to ask them to adapt quickly is almost difficult. And I think that's why in that previous map, I struggled because I thought that they would adapt based off of the composition that they were playing.
I think this is tapping into something that Fnatic are a team that have struggled for years to adapt quickly. We talk about coming into fresh metas, having a lot of prep time ahead of season start, ahead of it. I think that's something they've trended way behind where we've seen them historically, and now a series by series basis with Liquid making changes the way they've played today. It's a total curveball to Fnatic.
But if you want to go to Santiago, if you want to go to the internationals, you need to be able to adapt, and you need to be able to deal with the curveballs that they throw at you.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, like coming into this, we had already set up. Liquid are a team that love to change compositions, especially when it gets deep into a playoffs run like this. So Fnatic coming into today, they should have known this would happen.
This is do or die for Fnatic. They have to win this map if they want to stay in the running for Santiago. Liquid, however, is looking cool, calm, and collected as they are one map away from punching their ticket. We'll head over to our casters for our third map of the series, Mitch and Tom.
Third and maybe final indeed for Team Liquid. It's a surprise. A 2-0 from this point. I don't think anybody expected that, especially not with how dominant it has been. For Fnatic to break the kickoff curse, they're going to have to lock in here and now.
Yeah, and the fun thing is we've spoken about them going for double duelist, the double dive. We've spoken about how they've swapped comps a lot, especially when they've taken an L. But the comp they ran when they played Heretics was a double dive. It just wasn't this one.
Yes.
Bringing in the Neon onto Abyss, it's not something I expected to see, I'll be honest. It's definitely not one of the most common picks. And the old comp that they were running was Waylay Yoru, where on Yoru, Camu went 29 and 17. So he was sick on the Yoru. They've removed that completely. Now, I can only assume that is the mini boot comfort. He's been unreal on Neon, but I want to see what he's about to do with it.
Well, here we go. What could be the final map of the series, and well, that's going to be the case for all of them. Team Liquid set themselves up for success, and maybe even for Santiago. Fnatic,
they know that's
still have a chance. Indeed, the double cages have given away the game, but that was all part of the plan. Drag the rotates at the A site, then catch them into chaos. Really well done by Liquid. That late mid-aggression has given them so much space, and Kayak is not only surrounded, but he's been caught inside of smoke. That's not going to help him. And his buddy's just giving him a bit of cover, I guess, and well, maybe it's walked out! Oh my god! Well, a 3v3 out of nowhere, and Kayak somehow still alive.
Yeah, he's just holding the line. He's buying time, and that's where Boaster strikes. It looked like the game plan was masterful. Now Nats might be walking into a lurker on the other side. There's a man just waiting in the corner, and that's a freebie for Bekash, leaving only Purpo standing. We've talked about his Sky. We've talked about that almost duelist-esque ability. But this one's going to be rough. Bekash waiting, a flash ready if he needs it, but he's just going to go for the timing, loses the fight. Isolated from the rest of the team, but they swing before the ping. No chance. And with Kayak getting his third of the round, I'll be honest, that was the only way they won that, because the initial plan, it's a reverse Liquid. It's, oh, we go super aggro, and then Nats backstabs. He was the aggro, and the rest of them backstabbed.
Yeah, it really remarkable work from Kayak.
Oh, he should have been 100% been dead.
There is no scenario in which he should get out of there. I genuinely think the smoke helped a lot, just to give him that extra split second to adjust.
Come on, boys! Come on!
And I actually thought he was going to just sit inside it, like, hope maybe they don't check me. But no, he takes the fight perfectly. And Fnatic 1-0 up, a pistol under their belt. We've seen this story before. Liquid scary when the rifles come out, but this time they made an investment early. They went for the Outlaw, an attempt to fight back. I love this buy, Tom. You've got pistols that just need to do 10 damage, but on the other side, a single shot's enough to kill, and Kayak already got 2, has made this investment basically null and void.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can buy one, but he can buy one with shields. That's kind of the difference maker. That's why he survived and Nats didn't. Still opportunities to make this costly, but it also means that their first proper buy is going to have a weakness, is going to have a piece missing. And if they don't do any damage for it, that's not really going to hold much value. There's no way they expect anybody to be here. I like the attempt from Purpo to clip off the rope, but it is an in-zone flawless for Fnatic. A clean start again to this map, but Liquid have not been shy of the comebacks in the early game.
I don't expect to see Alpha Gear there too much. I don't think Device is going to be pushing B incredibly often, but he only had a sheriff, so it was worth it. Now it is in the back of their mind. How quickly was he able to take that space? Oh, okay. And for Fnatic, a 2-0 start is what they need. Maybe even piecing it together from here. Remember, last map was 3-0 up, and then Team Liquid, they stopped pulling punches.
Oh, early presence in mid. If you can remove Nats, who he only has a pistol. Careful. Don't want to give him that Outlaw, but they really are putting the pressure on. Boaster's already gone walkabouts. Bekash sitting back, but it's put the pressure instead onto Crashies, who's done well, honestly. Didn't have much to play with. Takes a kill, slows them down. And now the opponents are encroaching on that flank, but with Nats still alive, they do have to give the game away.
Yeah, that's always the problem. A little bit of extra information. Team Liquid know there's someone coming behind, so you might have to fight for some space, and the decision on where that's going to be, it hasn't been made just yet. In fact, they go back to the site, the double flank now coming through, and Fnatic can put pressure on from all sides and leave Heaven the riskier of the usual angles, and as they push on out, there was a chance. Nats tried to catch them off guard up there and realizes nobody's home. The push came in from everywhere else, and Wayne, well, he's actually got a chance. He's won crazier rounds in the past, and a 1v1 forced! Wayne has done it again! The Red Bull clutch to deny the 3-0 start, and a very early interruption to the momentum Fnatic look to build.
Oh, I'm never going to get bored of watching this guy play.
How does he do it?
You stick him in the late round, and he just never seems to miss a single bullet. Kayak, if that had landed, he would have been dead, but it's just ripping them a new one. So many clutch plays from a man who's not only an import from another region, but a youngster at that. A hot prospect, no doubt.
Deploying drone.
And yeah, sure, you look at that as a bonus round, and Fnatic, that's great. But that's definitely a wonderful start.
That's exactly what you want, yeah. It's not exactly what you want, though. In return, Mini Boo's taking the A site. The plan can now, but Jesus, he's taking the spawn. He's going aggressive. He's running it down, and Camo's the one to pay the price somehow. Nade even going to cause it a bit of a problem in terms of planting. They've got to go for that back site. And unless they continue to fight, they're going to have no space left to hold on to. These players essentially isolated, and well, they will be destroyed. Each pillar falling as Fnatic get their 3-1 on the board. And look, yeah, you can look back at the last round and say, yeah, we lost a lot of players. It should have been our round, but they bounced back. That's all that matters.
I feel like Kayak's got that look in his eyes of I'm not losing. Like the way that he's already been playing so far this game, I think he's 9-1. This round starts off with him just diving on Nats, taking him out. I think he also has one of the more impactful kills getting back in as well. That one. And if he can continue up this level of form, it becomes a different beast. And you look back to some of their prior performances, and he maybe wasn't at the peak form we've seen from him. But Vekaj was incredible, so we'll see if we can get both of them for Fnatic if we're going to go a little further in this series.
It seemed like he was asking there, though, do I stand up? Is that what we do? But he got up anyways. That's all that Hypok wanted to see. And for Fnatic at 3-1, maybe the comeback isn't too far out of the realms of possibility. Liquid grouped up, going to cause a big problem for Kayak. It's an outlaw down and pressure onto the A site. Players far back on A as well. There'll be no chance to really deny this plant unless they want to get crazy aggressive. But for Liquid, the choice remains. They know they've got main, thanks to that trap. But they're still wanting more space. A trap put up in heaven with a lot of presence there as well, and a great tag early on.
It gets ult if he gets a single kill. With the damage he's already doing, that might be enough to steal this round away. Hunter's Fury for Purpo as well. Look how passive he's currently sitting. Another tag connected. Low players. There's the ultimate available, and there it is popped. A teammate wrapping around, and again, he's chipped away at Crash. He's leaving Nats to seal the deal. A catch onto Kayak was enough for Liquid to take another round.
Yeah, that's all they needed, that risky position being taken by Kayak. And now when you've got a chamber or something like that, sure, you get out of there right away, but with the Jet, a little bit more difficult, it takes a little bit longer. And as a result, they found a huge play here. Their Team Liquid 3-2, back and forth in those early rounds, reminding Fnatic that this isn't going to be an easy climb back. And already you can see that that defensive economy is coming under strain. Bladestorm used previously. This is the big investment. And a loss here, even with a Steel Garden and maybe a Hunter's Fury for the next, it will probably give Team Liquid the lead.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more worrying than just moments ago. And all it took was a singular outlaw falling into enemy hands. That was what gave, I think, at least 2 tags plus a kill. Oh, Mini Boo. Again, you can see Nats just so far away from the rest of the team, just holding ground in case Fnatic attempt some level of aggression, but it's much slower and probably not what Fnatic are used to with how pacey Liquid have been, but they're going searching around mid. Now, it does seem like Boaster and now the Alpha are aware that this control is coming under scrutiny.
Here comes the dive, but Camo will be out of there, you'd imagine. In fact, he is, but it's Alpha connecting the shot. Steel Garden online and put through. It should delay, and with 33 seconds, that could be enough, but Alpha needs to be so careful. A cage on the other side protects Nats, or so he thought, but the spam through has dropped him. Running out of ammo, the only way they can deal with Alpha, but the flank from Wayne now makes this a competitive round. The spike is dropped in the open, 12 seconds, TP available for Wayne, and they've made the read, but Fnatic won't get there in time. Spike stolen, plant secured. And Hunter's Fury post plant too.
Yeah, he's so far away. You can see though that Purpo's goal is just basically to watch if anybody comes in on that flank. The second they don't, this post plant in main becomes deadly. As you said, the Hunter's Fury being available. The main detriment of it is if somebody comes from behind, but they already know that that isn't the case. The one thing he has to be very careful of, though, is it being denied. And there you go. Smart stuff from Vekaj. He waits for the first pop, manages to remove it. Crassy's just trying to block the player from swinging. They wait together, and Fnatic will hold the line.
Vekash even threw in a little bit of a curveball there, and it was a flash, but not the one you're thinking of. And throwing in that little flash and then getting on the defuse, it made them think for a second, is he on it? Or did he throw that flash? What was the timing in that moment? Little hesitation, but it wasn't even needed, as they are there to clean up in the end. A great round from Alpha, though. That triple that he finds, he had no right getting even the second.
This is why in Corrode they don't go to his site. This is what happens when you do. I think that as well from Vekash, just the quick thinking, because you could see how far away Purple went. He's like, I need to be miles away for this not to hit me, and the No Command still caught him, and now the whole plan is gone.
Yeah, and you knew going into that the Null Command had to be a part of it. Otherwise, the Hunter's Fury would secure the round. Used perfectly, kept for just the right moment. Huge tags! Nice. 2 players down and 1 left to have. Crashies. Oh my goodness, that early impact. It might just have killed this round as the barriers went up for Team Liquid. And they're on the A site, but the spike is back in spawn.
Flank on flank.
And the delay, it's causing some gaps, some problems, you would think. But a 10 HP Alpha still wins that fight.
10 HP. But a headshot is a headshot. That's all you need to remember. It doesn't matter how much health you have. He's still going to be holding the angle. It's a bit of a risky fight, but after getting the info for his team, they're happy to now fall back. Both players locked in as the retake begins. Minibu needed to get something early if here, otherwise it's going to be very difficult to fight from this point. And a wonderful flash gives Crashies his 3rd of the round. He started it off beautifully with the Hunter's Fury. They will keep themselves not only with 5 on the board, but also with 5 alive.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that's beautiful. I wish I had time.
My God. How long did that take? But it really does feel like the pendulum swung in the other direction now for Fnatic. Control, hands tightly gripped around those reins. And of all the times to have a big performance like that, again, that's 2.5 tags, 2.5 kills, sorry, coming out of the Hunter's Fury. A start like that when you need to bounce back is exactly what they were searching for. Team Liquid, though, are not happy to see this. They're not happy to see the smiles on the other side of the stage. They're taking a moment. The timeout, I wouldn't even say early on. Round 8, I think it's a good moment for it. They've been able to battle for a couple of rounds, but it hasn't felt consistent. And what we know about Liquid when it comes to the later stages of these halves, that tends to be where they put up the numbers, so, of both halves.
Well, yeah, I think off the back of your opponents getting an in-zone flawless at a round where you kind of had expectations to at least do a little bit of damage, that it's not the greatest of signs. And also, at least for now, it seems like the switch up in double dive is not working. The way it mannered before was that Minibu would be the one taking the space on that waylay, and then you had the secondary bout of Yoru coming through. That was what worked for them, and I think this time that surprise element of the Neon's been okay. There's been moments where Minibu has got value. Camo's currently 0-7. So he's getting domed for it. And when you're not having that second layer, when Nats isn't getting those backstabs, it becomes a much, much tougher game for them to play. And that's when you add in a fact that Wayne did also win a ridiculous clutch round. This could genuinely be a 6-0 star, or 6-7-0.
Go, go, go!
Oh, round 8. Barriers are up, and Team Liquid, although they got a bit of a pacey start towards mid, a bit of a sprint coming in from Minibu. The direction will be back towards this A site. It's a weak investment. Credit saved for the next, but that doesn't mean potential's not here. Vekash needs to have a stronghold or get out of here. He's taken down. That hasn't quite landed in time, but the info's there.
Yeah,
nonetheless, I think you could deduce that.
Few ults to play with.
What the hell?
Crashies tagged to just 2 health. Nats is going to land the shot on a pixel angle. A spam from Vekash. Has not only found him a kill, they've got to be careful though. Camo is going to try and hold them. This will come down to Kayak holding the line, and he does. He stops them, being able to take too many. And Vekash hits a nice shot while stunned. In the meantime, Kayak has just been running it through, almost flies off the map, but it does not matter. Vekash once again comfortable on this map. And what got dangerous for a second with an ult or 2 thrown in, it's still 3 players alive for Fnatic.
Yeah, you see how important it is just for him to survive, so pivotal in getting back into that site, not just stopping them on Team Liquid from using that extra utility to claim those deeper fights, delaying them as the rotates come through. Then as he breaks in, his flashes can buy so much time, and he's the one holding the line against both of these big players in the end.
VALORANT. This Flash and Melee ulti. Cam, you're feeling it.
He is feeling it. 6-2 for Fnatic, and a defense that's shaping up to look much better than what we've seen so far in this series. The comeback might be too early for it, but if Kayak keeps playing like this, I'm starting to believe. 12-3 at the moment. I mean, he is having a game.
Oh yeah, Fnatic have been one of the teams that have had reverse sweeps against them before.
Ooh. Sorry, Kayak.
But this time, they're attempting one of their own. You can't be a reverse swept if you're 2-0 down. There you go. More you know. But they have lost a player early in this one. Kayak has been pivotal in a lot of rounds, and boasts a surprise factor is met with only further deficit. Alpha has redeemed them a little bit, but even with Crash, he's aggressive. He's been caught by the cam. Forced to retreat, and well, this round is looking bleak. Even just escaping might be difficult under serious pressure. He's aware that he's going to get peeked eventually, but I think he even ducked on camera to try and get out of the way of that shot.
Yeah, you can see him laughing on his way out. He knows he's lucky to be alive, but that ain't lasted too long. Time to flee. As Team Liquid make 3. Yeah, for Fnatic, look, a lot of this just comes down to the mid-fights. You start out with Kayak going down, and I think that's where the first domino crumbles, and Liquid have their direction then clearly defined towards that A site. And I can't fault Kayak for taking it. He was 12-3, having a hell of a start. You know, that's where you got to start. When you're having a game, playing towards your strengths, playing towards those early fights, looking to force those engagements, but this time he gets punished. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it from him again, though.
Yeah, I think that was definitely like a domino effect round. Like, you lose him early, you're trying to recover, the re-aggression plays into the hands of Liquid, and then they just run with it. That's what's worked out wonderfully with this double dive when it's been on point. Good to see that as Camo getting back onto the board as well. As I said, he's had a woeful time in this map so far, and yeah, look, he's
Yo! Hell, bro! I'm 1 HP, bro. We should save, no?
Well, got what he wanted in the end. Well, players leaning back, and you might be thinking, at this stage of the game, who calls this tactical timeout? Is it Liquid? They win one round, but want to make sure they can bounce back and break the economy of Fnatic? Is it Fnatic not wanting Liquid to equalize? Or is it Camo building his keyboard? It is a technical pause. It will take a little bit of a breather, and perhaps a welcome one at this stage. For Liquid, it has been nothing but individual rounds scattered throughout a sea of cyan, and this is their chance to connect a second. The follow-up, gathering their breath, is perhaps a welcome reprieve.
Yeah, I think for Liquid so far, as I said, they had that sort of clutch round. They had the bonus, that I think that was the same, that only just went their way.
There it is.
And then we had this round. And so we're kind of talking at a point where it does feel like Fnatic are fairly firmly in control. So I think for Liquid, building on this is going to be fairly important, especially when you consider in a lot of the maps of Abyss we've seen so far, that attack side has been stellar. From the side of Fnatic, they've enjoyed running this sort of jet dive and leaving Alpha to sort of probe from behind. So
I was actually waiting, because it is often the Liquid fans, the let's go tech pause chant. We love to see it. Quick tip for those of you in the audience: if you are going to make a sign supporting the tech pause, cheering it on, probably don't do it in red. Our stage does go red, and it makes it a bit hard to read. But
what color should they do it in?
White.
I don't think that'll help with the signs that we're giving out. I don't know if that'll work too well, but we'll see. We'll see eventually. I think it was a keyboard issue. It's something that I believe we saw Camo just playing around with. So hopefully that will be something that's done fairly quickly, and maybe he'll even give. There we go. Oh. There we go. High five eventually. I thought we were going to have an additional tech pause just for the high five.
The keyboard was actually fine. Just the RGB. It wasn't giving them the light. You need the atmosphere down on that stage.
It wasn't getting the.
Wasn't getting the rainbow.
If it's not flashing, then
no. I mean, what's the point? White LEDs on my keyboard. Come on. my movement will undoubtedly be affected. 6-3, a 3-round gap between, and Fnatic, well, Kayak was shut down in the previous round, looking for that fight on middle. He was 12-3, he felt confident, and they came out and tapped his head off. This round, he's changed things up because he's in the same spot, but he's got an up in hand. And he's not looking to give away those opening fights. But a smoke off on the left side, they can close the distance, start to get towards this door, break it into vents, and pressure Boaster. Now they get real close to Kayak, and he needs to land the shot, missing the first, but Crashies, he comes in, the guardian angel, to keep them in a 5v4.
His knight in shining armor has just appeared on horseback to save him in a moment of need. There's bits and pieces of damage being done. Kayak, Tag, Boaster, Alpha, all within reach, but none of those opening fights have gone the way of Liquid. As said, it's just been blips, it's been individual rounds that they found, and unless they can turn this one, it could be more of the same. Now, I'm liking the position that's currently being held by Boaster. He's so passive, just waiting for anybody to try and cross him from behind. It does leave Alpha on a little bit of an island, though, and that's the problem. If he gets taken out, there's much more of a chance.
Let's look how patient they're being on the rotate. Fnatic know how much control they gave up. But as all this is cleared, they might start to think it's open. Camo, free beyond the Crashies, but now the whole squad surrounds him, and the op is the first to strike. Kayak does well. The steel garden, although shallow, it's making it so much easier to cover that ground and make it towards the site. Much needed with time low, but when Nats the only one standing, an almost impossible clutch presents itself. But Nats making the impossible look possible, but still one left to deal with, and he'll do it all! A rumble clutch for Nats, leading by example as Liquid make it to 4.
It just shouldn't be their round. It just shouldn't. It's the same as the Wayne one. It's like they've gone from having a guy who likes to play smokes agents who can clutch like crazy, and they added in a second one just for to double it down. It's just absurd. You go swinging in, and every single time he seems to land the shot that just deals the death-dealing blow. Liquid go from what could have just been one and dones to back on the ball, but once again it's an opener for Fnatic. They are not wanting to let this slip, but just look at the swing coming out. They don't know Nats is there. Even still, it's only one this time.
Yeah, again, Crashies is to be commended. That quick trade. Last time he was ahead of the kill. For Team Liquid, it might look odd with the spike and spawn. They do have a TP and ult on Wayne to go and steal it back. But they've also got a speedster in the form of Mini Boo. Nonetheless, the issue here is not the spike. The issue is this setup. We've seen from Alpha many times before. This is devastating to deal with. He's not only going to have a lot of control over that right side, the wall, keeping it safe, the thorns that will be put up, but now a flash, you can see it on the left, but they can't. And once this pops, big problems brew, but look who's tucked in the corner. Wayne couldn't come out to help because of those thorns. Alpha Yer, oh, he's drawing blood on backside, but Purpo trades it back with 3 more to find, though. This round looks done.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is as well. The dart reveals his position, and the Fnatic players not wanting to give anything over. It might at least give him the plant, but it would lock him in position. It would let them know exactly where he sits. Also likely be a piece of utility that denies him planting exactly where he wants, no? He is going to get stunned up, though. No escape, and as free as a kill could be. The last round was one to forget. But for Fnatic, they've at least got the lead at the half, and most is having fun at least.
Yep, practicing his aim, of course, very important. And I'll tell you what, as we go to stage shots, he's still practicing his aim. So watch out for Boaster, as he's hitting nothing but body shots. 7-4. Fnatic have the lead, guaranteed at the half. It wasn't enough on the previous. But 8-4. Oh, and frustration on the other side of the stage.
Don't give us another tech pause.
I said the LEDs are working fine. We're okay. We carry on. One to play for, Tom, and look at what they're coming in with on the side of Team Liquid. It looks very scary. 3 big ultimates and very close to the others, but yeah, really it's the Hunter's Fury that can change the round. The other's so situational, and that can be instantly cancelled by Vikash.
That's the thing. He was so good with the timing of it that it almost doesn't matter. It's the early pop.
There.
Try and catch him now, but all it's really given is the space. Vakash has just sat back there, playing for the retake, and that opener for free is exactly what they were looking for. Crashy's not even giving the fight, denying utility for the post-spawn, and Vakash found another. They're desperately trying to find ground on the Liquid side, find someone to fight, and Vakash is that someone! And in a blink of an eye, it turns, leaving it to Boaster. Can he get himself, his teammate back? He should be able to. No, he's baiting. He's trying to get them in, and that did not work. Again, Liquid win an impossible round, and again, they bring it within 2.
7-5 at the half. Fnatic not down and out yet, but before we come back for the second half, we've got some special guests in the house. Let's give some special welcome to Mimi, Akita, and Drew from G2.
And after G2 qualified for Santiago in NA yesterday, I'm very glad to welcome the G2 Golden Squad here in Berlin. Akita, Mimi, Drew, what a pleasure to have you with me here at the arena. And Drew, the first question I wanted to ask you is, you know, in GC, we tend to have and take inspiration, you know, from VCT teams, of course. So I was wondering, is there any team that helps you cook maybe, you know, on the inspiration side?
I mean, it's good to take inspiration from everyone. I think every region and team has something new. I'm going to say Brosen, G2. I think those guys are the standard for fundamentals, so it's always good to watch those guys.
Obviously, right? That is the PR answer, but we take it. There is a lot to take, of course, from the G2 boys. And Akita, on the personal side, of course, it's a pleasure to have you here with me in Berlin, because we used to be teammates in Zerance, and you were playing solo duelist back then with a lot of burden on your shoulders. With G2, it has been a little bit different. You had Mimi on the Yoru duty sometimes, so I want to have your thoughts, you know, on this double duelist meta. What do you think of it?
Yeah, I actually like the double duelist meta because like I'm the first duelist, so Mimi can fill the gap. If I wanna pick somewhere, she can go somewhere else, and like she can also play up, so I don't always need to do the hard job.
Yeah, you have a bit more freedom,
yeah,
right?
I have more freedom, but in attack it's a bit harder for me, but it's fine.
Yeah, a little bit more teamwork and synchronization for sure with 2 duelists. Now, Mimi, I'm turning to you. You played so many grand finals in your career, right? You know these high-stake matches, so what makes a difference, especially as an IGL, in those tough moments?
I think the most important thing is the confidence and the prep going into a grand final. If you're confident in your players and your prep and everything that you've done to psych yourself up, that is what really is going to make the difference in the game.
So preparation and confidence. Let's see between Fnatic and Liquid who is the most prepared and the most confident. Thank you so much for joining us. Good luck for playoffs next week, and let's see who takes the win between Team Liquid and Fnatic.
Yes, let's see who is going to take that dub. Nats leading the squad to a 2-0 advantage in terms of maps so far. It's looking like he might be hitting another international.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the way those stats have risen, and I almost feel like they would have gone higher. Maybe if some of those games were a little bit closer, it would have kept going up. He hasn't really needed it in some of the cases here in the first couple of maps, especially on Bind. I think it might be going off the chart. We might need to add a new layer after this. And in the round he won for Liquid, making things that little bit closer. That's what's been bringing them home. Like, realistically, if you're going off the early advantages, Fnatic could have won this 12-0. But those clutch plays, those big individual moments have made this one close. We're waiting to see if a 4th map will even be needed, or if Liquid have got their plans set on this defensive side.
Well, their defense has been, for me, the most exciting to see. Like, their aggression on the last 2 maps has been so consistent. Now, a lot of that was, you look at how they're trying to get out of those smokes, be it, for example, with a Sky Flash popping out. That enabled so many aggressive plays in the early stages of the rounds. Now, for Liquid this time, it's not going to be as easy to force those aggressive fights, but I would be surprised to see them put that playbook aside. And as the round ticks on, 50 seconds on the clock, look who's pushing up. Thank you, Zilf. Camo all the way up on B. That's allowing a full rotation to the A site. And this is what I'm worried about. Fnatic have had issues with their plays being very telegraphed.
Oh, already. Verkash removed with a shock dart. A nice start to the round, and the spams are going to get him a second. He's been having his moments throughout this game, caught by his teammates blind, but if this is a rotation back, they're going to run straight into Camo. He's even going to slow them. There's nowhere to go. They're boxed in, and now the time is ticking too far. They need to either sprint it back in towards the A site and hope they can kill everybody.
One enemy remaining.
Well, or just give up on the round. It's left all onto Alfia. He needs to wipe out everybody, and not this time. Liquid climbed to 6. The distance now just 1.
Yeah, a very valuable pistol round for Liquid. The right foot forward in this half, and Fnatic, again, every round that Liquid take from this point, that's nasty. From this point forward, it's in the back of your mind.
Go back for more.
One round closer to elimination, to kickoff. Being the same old story for you, the kickoff curse, they call it. Fnatic, they look great all year except right at the start. And even before kickoff, when we kicked off partnership, it was a grand final against Team Liquid after beating them 2-0 that Fnatic lost. The very, very first grand final we had back in the Coliseum.
Look at this push-up. Like, this is against an eco. They are going all the way round behind them in mid. This is a lineup of players. I don't even think they realize how many are here. And while, they're both sliding. It's one of the most awkward fights ever. But Miniboo has found the kill. Kayak will retreat, but they got the spike.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boasters in defender spawn, 2 players on A.
And they're watching for it, by the way. Wayne is locked in on defender spawn.
Yeah, this looks ridiculous. But it also looks exactly as I'd expect, considering how Liquid have been playing.
He's behind you.
The timing
He's
of
always
Nats is perfect.
You stole the double knife. That could have been history in the making. It is, however, an in-zone flawless.
Yeah, Nats behind you. What a surprise. Yes, you did.
Same, actually. Same.
And Jack Igo for the gun buddies. I forgot to thank you for mine the other week, Jack, but appreciate that. On 4 ult accounts as well.
Oh, no.
No more. But 7-7.
Double knife.
It could have been beautiful.
Double knife. It should have been.
But I think, and it's a long shot here. It's a big guess. But I think Liquid might be happy with it anyways.
Yeah,
I don't think Nats is that salty. Timeline shows a battle for Fnatic, but when it comes to late rounds, Liquid have always been solid on this map. It's where they put up those numbers. And now, as we come towards round 15, for Fnatic, this is a must win. An achievement that has to find its way into their pocket, or this map is under threat, and that's a very, very solid opening kill. The flank now completely dealt with, and Alpha turns his attention to the site, making it look easy. Fnatic, like a hot knife through butter, they have completely diced Liquid up in this. Every fight taken, every fight won. Bar a single. And the question of damage, I suppose, not gonna have much of an answer in favor of Liquid. 8-7. They did that relatively comfortably.
Yeah, that was a nice response. I think that's the one thing you can do against this sort of aggressive defensive side, is the more direct hits, a lot of the time, you're either going to end up in a firefight or you're going to end up in an empty site. And both of those are absolutely fine from Fnatic's standpoint. It was his second knife kill. He could have got a 2 for 1.
Could have been his second knife kill of this map, of that round. But 8-7. This is where Liquid get the full buy back up. They didn't get much damage done in the previous, though, so good signs early on for that Fnatic attack. Great flashes bought them the first angle, but look at the rotates. Liquid seem to have their playbook in front of them. They know the hit's coming through. The rotates in, a pick already. The laneway is proving to be firmly under the control of Liquid. Another going in their hands with Miniboo, and now Wayne suspicious as this smoke is going to fade soon. He's holding it, waiting, biding his time, and sure, Crashies gets one. He's taking quite a fall afterwards.
It was a choice of dying to an opponent or dying to the ground, so if anything, it's good orb management from Crashies, but I'm not sure it was necessarily intentional.
There's a really good trade of Wayne from the grave of himself. Well handled. He set that all up. A mastermind.
But they were so quick with the rotation. I thought that Wayne was honestly going to be dead to rights immediately.
Look, he's nothing smashing. Look, he's smashing his mouse. Nothing.
Considering Miniboo was smashing his mouse a few rounds ago, it's quite funny to hear.
But they talked about Nats on his villain arc, and you can see him, man. He's having fun down there. He's poking, and the start here, Fnatic send Kayak back to mid, a score to settle from that last half, and he's found himself a double opening, adding to it is Alpha, and Wayne and Purpo, mere seconds into the round, find themselves alone.
Maybe the pointing and laughing was a little bit too much.
Yeah, maybe.
I think you've angered the beast. The man that took home the most awards in EMEA last year and his rookie year at the same time. And you have just witnessed why I like this. Just a pause from Fnatic. This team's used to playing in the late round. They managed to get that many openers within the first 15 seconds. And Wayne, he's almost walked past everybody. Just bypassing his position. They've sent out the wounded to go looking. Purpo's actually done all right there, though. He's taken 0 damage, got out. Wayne is being watched for, though. And now they know where everybody is. They've seen both players. No need to refight any spot that they've already seen.
Wayne's going to be on B. He's going to make it here, and the worst part is Crashies goes to backside here. Wayne knife out, though. Should be dead. 2 rights, and it will be Crashies to deal the death blow. For now, I think Purpo has an impossible decision to make. Even going for it at this point is completely null and void. Saving, again, they're probably going to be hunting him down, and they might even have heard those steps. I think Crashies might have. And considering the fact that he's 1 away from Hunter's Fury after that previous pick, you know that he's going to hunt you, chase you to the ends of the earth.
The thing is, Purpo's also not far away. The thing is, you look at Miniboo 1 away from ult, that will help him out at least in the next round, but this rifle would definitely be useful. Kayak's going to be the one taking the fight. Purpo doesn't even react. I think maybe expecting there to be a second layer to this, and well, there it was. He's full blind, completely blinded, still wins the pick. Eventually, okay, he loses his gun, but he gains his ult. It's not the worst case scenario for him in that moment. For Fnatic, though, that is the lead back in their hands. The back and forth in this second half continues. But the main story was those openers from Kayak. It is just sublime.
And keep in mind how heartbreaking it could be for Fnatic losing out here. They were 1 round away from qualifying there yesterday. Having to turn around this quickly, play that BO5 against, you know, to say historic rivals really is an understatement. I mean, these guys have been trading blows since VALORANT began. And in partnership, it was Liquid to draw that first blood, an important grand final. They got one of the coolest trophies we've had in EMEA, going back to the Coliseum. And for Fnatic, ever since then, that final didn't go their way, and even getting to finals has been a tough situation when it comes to kickoff. They usually bomb out in the first few games.
Oh yeah, this is the one place. It has been tough, but the caliber of this squad can never be denied. Starting slow, looking shaky, getting better as the tournament goes on, and that's going to have to be the story of this series as well. A map victory here takes us to Breeze, and that's one where, again, I feel like Liquid have set themselves up for success. One of their best maps versus one that Fnatic have struggled on, but in a best of 5, anything is possible. Now, you look at this defense. 4 players
right here.
currently within this B site. The trips were set on the other side. Meant they would be online unless a kill was found, but this is dangerous. This is worrying for Fnatic. They are walking into the trap, the time ticking down. Miniboo now with ult online. A Judge still in the corner, it's all falling apart. The shot darts down to 1! Just 1 health is enough for Wade to take out Crashies, and somehow they will win with every player standing. Fnatic had a chance to extend their lead, but they have tripped and fallen once again.
When you see that damage pop up after the round.
that side is brutal.
Someone's mouse might be broken after that. That's got to be so frustrating. Shock dart to 1 HP. Both of them sent in as well. He should have been dead to rights.
Nice! What are you doing? What you doing, bro?
Whoa, we muted that one real quick. 9-9.
We cut the middle. Good work.
The scoreline equalized. But Team Liquid, you can see with the weaponry Fnatic have, it's Liquid with a clear advantage. But Kayak's Blade Storm has definitely bailed them out before. They're avoiding giving him any chances here. He's already made it to the backside. Now there's danger brewing. It's Nats who will face this. Oh, what a shot by Kayak! But he can't get the second. The stun from Miniboo makes it too hard, and that flash was sublime. But an immediate response.
Hunter's Fury online. Guns can be taken away by Alpha. It's how much they want to gamble, especially with Crashy's not having a weapon. There needs to be a kill, and well, there is, but it's too little too late. Liquid managed to survive the onslaught of the Blade Storm, and now they take the lead, finding themselves just 3 rounds away from Masters Santiago, and sending out one of their biggest rivals, one of their historic foes that they have a pretty poor record against overall. But this squad are not going to give a damn, especially when you look at the likes of Purpo and Wayne, the opportunity to make it to that first time international, especially for Purpo. You talk about Wayne as a youngster who's coming up to the league for the first time. Purpo's been around the block for a long, long time. This has been a journey. Those 3 rounds are going to feel like an eternity.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure since day 1. I mean, I remember Purpo's name circulating in the very, very early days. Back in the invite-only era.
Well, this is the thing. He was subbed in for Mech in the last map of an LCQ that would have taken him to an international, in which he lost. That was the only map he played in that tournament. We've then seen him...
So brutal.
Yeah, most brutal start to a Tier 1 career ever. And now you look, he's gone through multiple teams, fought back through the Tier 2, now finds himself in a squad that, again, like Liquid are known for making it to those events. How much damage they do there, that's a different story. We'll have to wait and see, but making it there, that's already a great start. We've seen a lot from the Gentlemates guys today, the emotions of making it to these big events, making it to those global events. Fnatic are no strangers. And well, I wouldn't be the fool to count them out just yet. The pause has given them some time to talk. And this has been a half of a map that they are normally very good at, but Liquid every time seem to be finding answers, finding impossible rounds.
You call a pause and Liquid come in with immediate aggression. A main sees Paranoia and the relay bolt thrown through, Neon sliding in and sliding right back out. The early aggression doesn't find anything, but look at the second layer. After tucking up in the standard chamber spot, now he's gone creeping. Nats is taking so much space, but Alpha's ready. We've seen that patience before as he sits and waits on mid, finally rewarded for it.
That leaves a lot of space open for Fnatic to play with. The B site has a singular defender. Camo's opted to play with the Judge, which, hey, if he gets supportive smokes to help him, maybe that will hold some value, but as of right now, he is left completely in the dark without utility to play with, without any help whatsoever. He's trying to use the opposing smoke against him, try and hide within it, and there's a spike on the ground. He's done well so far, but immediately spammed out, and the rest of the team are only just getting into position. Miniboo looking to try and run through the smoke, but there is a man on the other side just waiting, and the hold is enough.
Spike planted.
Evidently, that smoke coming in a little late just because he was so isolated. I can't blame Wayne. Of course, he was over in A main, and it takes quite a while to rotate over into a spot where you can get that up. Just a second too late. And a 10-10 as a result, but it starts with Alpha just having that patience, waiting for the play down mid. After early A aggression being denied, Fnatic knew that there was likely to be more coming their way. Liquid's defensive aggression becoming predictable, I think, a long time ago, but now being punished.
The problem is, Fnatic have been dealing with the same issue that Liquid had in the first half. It's only been individual rounds. They've still got good ults to play with for this one. Hunter's Fury available, and this walkabout is happening again. The drone being sent through to maybe try and deal with Alpha yet, but he is sitting so much further back. Shock Dart clearing some of the utility, but that's all a ruse. And in the meantime, that B site is once again fairly open. Fnatic might be about to try the rinse and repeat.
But those players are herd stepping. There's another drop towards the B site.
That's been
Camo
pinged.
has some info, but no, we don't see the rotate just yet. It will be Wayne who has to do it all, essentially. The smoke comes in too late to properly delay them, and the flash completely blinds Wayne. He's dead to rights, and B has fallen. The battle lost before it began, and with Camo down, the resurgence of Fnatic is undeniable. Should be no surprise to see Nats here with that wall just fading moments ago. And even then, Alfier's cleaned up the site, so it doesn't matter. 11 for Fnatic. The lead is theirs, and at the nick of time, the sparks become a flame.
Yeah, it seems whatever was said in that pause is working. Like, holding for that early aggression down mid, constantly adapting the setup so that when Liquid get aggressive, they're not just dealing with the same player. There's different layers to it, but also I think just the pressure on B. Like, they've noticed now that, okay, they've been gambling a lot on that A site, having multiple players there, and then leaving Wayne, who, I'll be honest, so far has been incredible, but this time was dealt with. The round before, it was Camo who was dealt with. And once they get into those positions, that's where it becomes so much tougher for Liquid. They'll take a pause of their own. Because this is the thing, we've witnessed it yesterday. It doesn't matter how close map 3 is when you're 2-0 up. If you lose, you lose. And then the momentum starts to switch. Then the doubts start to sink into the back of your minds. Talking moments ago about players like Purpo, players like Wayne, who haven't been to these global events, who haven't made it that far, who haven't had that pressure on you. Because, let's be real, even at this point, where both teams have gone through a lower bracket or dropped down into a lower bracket, people look at this and go, okay, well, Fnatic would still be favorites, right? They would still be the team. They almost won it yesterday. When you're 2-0 up, that's amazing. When you let one map slip, that's the door open.
Well, the timeout now ended. And the timer ticking away once again for Team Liquid, an attempt to patch things up. 20 different TL players across 15 matchups, my goodness. But I think that also highlights how Team Liquid are a squad that have always been in the pursuit of perfection. They want the results towards the top, but if they don't get it, they're willing to make the changes they need to make sure they do next time.
The buy in this round for Liquid, not the best. I think that was something that was almost definitely discussed. Do we want to risk it in this round and maybe have 2 not perfect buys, or do we want to go with the low buy and maybe have to fight for OT? They gambled on B. It's understandable. The last couple of rounds have been late B hits, so they stack it early. This time, Fnatic swap and directly hit A. They get themselves a space, and now they get the post as well.
Now, you've got convergence path, but considering no big investment from Liquid, you'd imagine they keep it. Now a player down, that has to be a certainty. Let's see Camo move towards Heaven, but they will be diving in to take the space. Ends up losing his life. A trade at least, but Liquid a man down. Smoke now blooms. Spam's not good. They get close to the spike, but everybody's fallen and they can't get back up. 12 to 10 for Fnatic. They left it close. I started to doubt if we were going to see them show up here today, but 2 chances to at least lock in a map.
Yeah, we expected one of their choices to be clean. It's been anything but. They've had to fight tooth and nail for every single round, but now they sit just one away from taking us to a
the game after this pause. It's crazy, come on.
Oh, wow. This is the round that Liquid was saving for. The last was a mix by pieces missing. Those ultimates were kept, not expended. They knew they were fighting for OT. Unless they pulled off miracles, as they have done. But they do have to be wary. Ooh. Fnatic have been quite happy to go direct into these sites, and after a few rounds of B, it's seeming like they might rinse and repeat the A site here.
They should have seen the shock went high, but that trip is still up towards the right side. Getting anything from it will be difficult. Purpo, the only man close by. The drone is keeping him back, and they get in towards the site. That trip completely avoided. I say that as one gets caught, but no punishment. In goes the convergence path, though. This is Liquid's final stand. They'll put everything into it, throw it all at the wall and see what sticks. Crashies stuck on site, Alpha by his side, but the drops one by one traded out from Liquid. 12 to 11 on the board. One more round in regulation for Fnatic. A fourth map and a chance to still take this series in a flight to Santiago for Liquid. OT could seal the deal of a 3-0.
It was narrow margins, to say the least. It definitely helped out getting that convergence path. The reveal also giving up everybody at the end.
Again, he's scared of my sabla. Oh, no.
But they had to dump everything. Like, they have no ultimates to play with in this next round. Okay, Fnatic used a couple of their own, but they definitely have more to play with going into the final round of regulation. And hey, they had a success on A, they had a failure on A, but they're looking to continue in that direction once again.
The shock from Purpo didn't land, the second bounce wasn't on. So the drone clears so much space. They can take presence on the site now. Fnatic getting a little leg up thanks to a missed piece of utility. The site's already theirs. TP coming in as well from Wayne. This is Liquid playing outside for the retake, but the spam's already dropped them. Hold on! Liquid are fighting back. Miniboo's got 3, and out of nowhere, the Hunter's Fury is all that stands for Fnatic. Crashies needs to pull out a play like we've never seen before. And with Wayne tucked in with a judge and a firing squad on the other side, overtime on the horizon, and a new dawn with Miniboo on 4. Liquid haven't given up hope yet. The 3-0 dream is still alive.
It wouldn't be the series between these two if we didn't have an overtime. But I have to say, I did not think we were getting there. I want to watch this from Miniboo's point of view. Wow. Just fully taking over that retake. He got there early. He quickly maneuvered his way to the site the second he realized what was going on. But the fact is, pure insanity on an individual level. Miniboo now catching up in terms of that scoreboard, and as you can see, 1,391 days potentially reset to 0 if Liquid can find 2 rounds in a row.
Alpha, you're playing the game of his life, man. It felt like the all tournament he's been doing that.
Yeah.
28 and 18. It was Kayak, though, on the defense that found so much impact. A 12-3 start. The op maybe didn't find its rhythm in every round, but he just needs one to give Fnatic that leg up, to put them closer to a map 4 and to at least take the pressure off. As now it really feels like Liquid just moments away from that 3-0, knocking on the door, and already this crack showing with Boaster down. This crack has become far too big to manage. Everything slipping into it. The hopes and dreams of Fnatic to break that curse. They might be ending here.
Oh yeah, the legendary Liquid lower bracket runs. Something we've seen so many times. Alfie under pressure, he's stunned up, but has managed to hide in the corner. He is completely isolated, completely alone. And it's only going to be the one. They needed more from that. Camo, he's had a quiet game, but this attack round would certainly belong to him. And Crashies is even just trying to escape away. Shock darts into the corner, utility being sent in to deny. And a swing surely coming. The second Purpo has the contact. He doesn't even need the swing. Doesn't even need the help. Nice shot from Crashies, but there's no more of that. Liquid, 1 round away from 3-0ing Fnatic and taking themselves to Santiago.
And in this round as well, the adaptations clear. That peak from Nats signifies they know your setup, brother. Alfier's had success there. We said how dangerous it's been in previous matchups.
I'm up 7, you still can't pick me!
We saw it here as well, and then Nats waits for the flash. Once it pops, he swings, and the trade is there immediately. Very well handled. And if they get another overtime, something for Fnatic to consider. But now's not the time to think about that. The defense, that might have been the last time you get to play it. Fnatic have to fight for it. They have to earn another shot as Liquid stand on the precipice of a 3-0 victory over Fnatic that we have not seen for a long, long time.
What is their decision? On both sides of the map, they've been able to get in. They've been able to take space. They've been able to even get into a post plant, but those retakes, those fierce, fast retakes out from Liquid have been a nightmare. They've sent Crashies over towards this A side, the drone. We've seen this before. Send it through, shock darts to destroy. Purpo not calling for help though. He's seen nothing else. They've left 3 players into the back of this B site, waiting for the push to come in. In fact, a 4th now rotating over. Fnatic are walking straight into the trap. How much could Kayak do? It's nothing, but Boaster's there with the trade. Even on a stacked site, they're managing to hold on as Vekash is there with another.
Spike planted.
Not dead in the water just yet. Nats misses the shot to start as well. Fnatic might just have bought themselves that extra little bit of time. Another shot at a squad that has never 3-0'd them, never looked this dominant in a matchup, but Fnatic won't let them run away with it. Another overtime guaranteed, and now we look to that defensive setup. I feel like we must see a change coming, as Liquid last round, well, 2 rounds ago, seemed to have it all figured out.
This was the perfect read as well from Liquid. You have 4 players on a site that Fnatic go walking into, and again, it's solid work from Vekash in more ways than one. A brilliant flash that probably should have got them the opener, but even then, it's his fragging power that clears out the back of that site. This time, Althea is playing much further back, but Kayak is not. That's Nats dealt with in the first few seconds.
Yeah, a little taste of their own medicine there. The early aggression that Liquid have brought to every map so far. Well, now on the defense, Fnatic pull it out. Maybe when it's least expected, and as a result, a 5v4. The Camo has been able to pull back advantages, create so much space, but they are grouping up to deal with them. Nice work by Crashies to trade it out. Numbers still in favor of Fnatic, but no mistakes can be made here. These players on Liquid have already, even individually, won rounds like this, and now they're together. Great damage from Wayne. It's starting to look spooky, and around Fnatic we're favored, and Liquid somehow still have a fight in them.
Crashies will be spotted. Operator on the retake, also not ideal, but might work out. If they attempt to get aggressive, it's a missed shot. Miniboo just taking over again. A quick double. Blink and you miss it. And Crashies is only on 42 HP. He's being flanked on. Purpo's coming in from behind. He is locked in a fight. And he doesn't even know he's already lost. Surely Wayne will close it before he even gets backstabbed. And what was a solid start to the round still goes in Liquid's favor. Another chance to close.
So heartbreaking for Fnatic if they let this slip. Not just being in a position where they were 1 round away from making it to Santiago yesterday. They were 1 round away twice from closing this map out, from continuing the series, from keeping up the good fight. But now, again, they have to climb back. A team known for playing from behind. Well, they're behind in the map, behind in the series, and it looks like their luck could be running out. 13-14 and a slow-paced attack, but the same for Liquid. We've not seen much from this defense in terms of aggression in this round, which is, it's scary if you're Fnatic. What are they up to now?
Last time out, Fnatic walked right into the trap.
They're leaving.
A 3-player setup still remains on B, with Miniboo being that rotator, the spike. Set up, postured towards A. And I wonder if they're going to try and almost double down on last time. They sold the ruse in one direction and then went back, but the fact is Liquid have just stopped moving. They've stopped over-rotating, and now Miniboo even starts going back in the other direction. It's the same again. They're going to walk into a stacked site with 4 players for the 2nd time in a row.
Reveal just went up there deep in A main. Now it's going to be 5. Liquid know the hit's coming in. They've read it. Fnatic's playbook sometimes open.
30 seconds left.
In open view of Team Liquid, but they've got the opening and another Kayak. You put numbers here, but that's just more targets for Kayak's practice. Purpo finds one, but it's done after 14-14. Another overtime. Fnatic clinging on by their fingertips.
That is the 2nd time they have walked into a fully stacked B site.
4, almost 5.
And come out almost looking easier than any other round. Like, this was just utility being thrown in as much as possible to give Kayak the chance to find the kills, and he got every single one they needed.
Everyone is dead. What the fuck?
Yeah, Alpha's expecting to have some late round impact, and there's nothing left to do. A good problem to have, especially at this stage of the game. Fnatic fighting again for that fourth map, for a chance at the reverse sweep, and it will be Liquid
pacing,
quickly moving to this A site. They have hit the gas pedal and their foot's not coming off, but Kayak at least trades out the first fight.
Yeah, tool swing up. Wayne wanted to make a play, and now Alfia's taken over to looking to do the damage, but he's been dealt with Miniboo standing. It always feels like there's hope. Going for the drone, getting them at least a little bit of information. Boaster taking the deeper angle, but left with a solo fight. That operator looking to get back in, and now all that remains is Miniboo. We've seen magical moments from him all the way through this map. But on 70 HP, this might just have to be the best of them. And he has to go moving. The second this tapped, it's not happening. For the first time in a while, Fnatic now have themselves an advantage. And they go on to the attack, which, hey, might as well just hit V again.
It could be third time lucky for them as well. The third chance they've had to close out this map, while Liquid have been offered many opportunities here recently in OT. It was since before Liquid hit 12. Feels like a long time ago.
I'm not chilling, bro. This time I'm not chilling, bro.
Since Fnatic had the opportunity, you're 33 and 21 Alpha. Nobody is accusing you of chilling. Not a soul out there. 15 to 14. Liquid won't be taking it chill either. A timeout called for them, as now they face potentially a map 4.
I'm almost wondering what they're going to say here, because in the last 2 defensive rounds they've had, they have perfectly read their opponent. They have got it bang on. They just lost every fight. Like, it's not even like you can go like, oh yeah, we had the misread or we made a misplay. It's, we got wrecked by Kayak. Like, that was the last one. The round before it was Vekaj. So obviously, I'm guessing this is more of just a talk about maybe an idea, a change up that they can make in that setup on B. But also then it allows the time for the mind games on the other side. Do we make a change, or do we just keep going for that B site hit? It has been so successful for Fnatic. Again, I almost want to look back to how Liquid started off the series. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, Fnatic have certainly shown their experience and the value of it here. A team that, because of the lessons they've been taught in the past, they never give up. That attitude's gotten them far. And now, a reverse sweep needed to make it to Santiago, but it starts with this round here. It starts with this map. For Team Liquid, they hope it ends here. But a big battle needed, and again, we're going to see this 3-man stack up towards B, but this time Liquid have doubled down. They brought the Cypher utility from A to B. And if this drone sees nobody, that could send the round spiraling, but that's huge information.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't think it's going to stop Fnatic. They've already got 2 players, but it's about timing. Look at the hesitation. Currently, the defensive side are running around in the spawn. They're going back and forth in case they've lost mid-control. Maybe thinking this is bait, and it's not. Kayak again. It's an opener, but can. If he turned by Miniboo, no. Just the one this time. Camo already filling in the gap. Needs to turn around to try and find them on the side, and the escape might not be there. He's made it back into the smoke, and now Nats has found another. Somehow, they once again find an advantage.
Oh, Nats onto Alpha, and Wayne wrapping around. This one's done. Overtime, 15 to 15, and another required. How many OTs can we find here on Abyss? It seems endless with the back and forth. I have to say, crazy for Purpo to stand there with the arrow drawn. Could bounce it off the wall, but didn't quite expect to see 2 players on the other side. The fact that Nats chooses this round to step up, though, it's a statement from Team Liquid. Lowlands looking stressed. Let's call back to the end of the last map where he was giggling and saying, what are we doing? Well, they were winning at 12-10. Now it's certainly getting to him a little bit.
Yeah, Nats is not doing 360 shorty kills anymore. But still, some of the stuff he does is just as ridiculous. While that was the first defensive round for either side, OT, all is forgotten. The rounds before mean nothing. The hero plays mean nothing. And the game starts once again. And just look at where Outfield's currently sat. Just in the spawn. Trying to get the right read on where their opponents are and maybe put their turret into the right place. Camo looking for that same early battle his opponents found just moments ago. And well, his ability to escape has dissipated, but he's just left.
He's just slowly backing off. There's a fight with Nats going down inside of mid. They've lost their flank protection. It's time to speed up, but right into the Vice setup, and it's nice and passive as well from Alpha. Like you said, Kayak instead the one to play off that utility. They said that there'd been trouble when it came to this setup, but not this time. The change from Fnatic finds huge success. And unless this impressive start, they have an even more impressive finish, a 1 versus 5 with 20 seconds left on the clock. A spike down as well. It's impossible. It has to be. You can't even take that refract. It would end the round on time alone. 16 to 15. Another shot for Fnatic.
Oh, that is the 2,000th kill for Camo, but it puts them now at a round deficit. And the main takeaway for me is there were moments ago where we were looking at Alpha, so far and above sort of anyone in the server, but in OT, Kayak has just gone mad. Like the 3K entry into one of the sides.
I got your boys on B. That's my side, that's my side.
The defensive hold there, as he said, is his side. And the deadliest of duos on that Fnatic side have stepped up. The question is, can they close? That has been the problem so far. Either side have had their opportunities. For Liquid, it would be taking them to that first Masters of the year. For Fnatic, it's the first of 3 maps needed in a monumental fight back, and they go back to the B side. It's where they've been successful, but they need Kayak to stay alive, and while Bekaj is gone.
Oh, so is Boaster, so is Kayak. Falling like dominoes, Alpha and Crashies left behind the smokes, way out of the play, and
ooh,
the big resurgence needed. Even that kill on the Nats unlikely to bring them anywhere closer, but without it, and the flank now known to be coming through, they are boxed in. They've got to come out swinging with no real chance. It's 16 to 16. You know what, let's go again. Another overtime. These teams impossible to separate, but again, as these rounds go on for Liquid, it's like, well, we got 2 more. You know, we can still win this. We got 2 more to go, whatever. Fnatic, do or die. Every round has got to be burning through their late game energy.
Bro, I just want this game to be finished. I don't care if we go 3rd map.
You don't mean that.
You don't care if you go 3rd map?
He said 5. Oh, did he? He said 5. I don't care. Why? There's no way there's no way he means that. Absolutely none. Shocked up early. A nice little pop flash, but a nice little bit of tickle damage to start off the round. 3 players already here on A. 2 watching for Nats' lurk as well.
3 suppressed.
And while they're not going to push now, they're going to have to wait a moment with losing those abilities on the way in.
Yeah, luckily, I don't think Camo had put anything down. You saw him about to use his dash.
Outlaw. He is literally hunting for this operator. Oh, goodness, Nats! The first was just to deal with a guy with no armor. The headshot, well, that was the cherry on top of the cake.
We talk about Fnatic burning the midnight oil. The only shot that's landing is with a bow and arrow. Finally, that guy gets in there for 1. But Team Liquid and Nats with the outlaw. I can't believe they've gotten away with that, snuffing out the flames of Fnatic at 17 to 16. Match, series, and Santiago point for Liquid.
This was crazy as well. Like just the reaction shot from Camo. But find me another man on planet Earth who plays Cypher.
Don't pick me on me.
Who you see him buy an outlaw in OT and push mid and you go, yeah, actually, that's probably the right play. Like, there is no one else. There's no one that does that. And that was purely to counter Kayak. Killing Alpha in response was just nuts. But again, it is another moment where Liquid look to close.
And that's
where are we going again?
It's one thing to look at the goal of Liquid, the defensive aggression that we saw, but that play right there underlines it. It's what Nats is known for. He's had to temper his aggression over time. People figured out how he likes to play, and we always said that would be his downfall. Once people realized, well, obviously he's always behind you, but he's reinvented himself again and again, and now as a leader, he's looking to keep up the streak of internationals. A strong start, but Fnatic not pulling any blows. This means as much to them as it does to Liquid, but it might not matter. A 3 versus 2. Camo writing some checks for himself on backside. And it looks like his aim can catch them in. Team Liquid, 18 to 16. They have delivered a defeat to Fnatic that Fnatic have never seen in this rivalry. Back to 2021, they traded series, but a flawless best-of-5 is one for the history books.
When they first fell into this lower bracket, I sat there looking at this squad going, well, not this time. There's no way. There's absolutely no damn way this team runs it back 5 games in a row versus a new build super team versus a legendary Fnatic versus Miniboo's brother and a bunch of players he's very used to, but they went through them one by one, seemingly getting better as they went. I saw the first map yesterday and I was thinking, oh, well, maybe this is the end of the journey. And then in the games today, whether it was a dominant victory on their opponent's map choice with a new comp, whether it was ridiculous plays coming out on Bind, or whether it was an insane OT run back and forth again and again, this team digs deep, this team improves, and this team deserves their spot over at Masters.
Well, it feels like the first time we've seen this many rookies, this many new faces going to the internationals, to the global stage. EMEA with BBL and mates round out with some experience on Team Liquid, but still some new faces to that stage. Liquid with a dominant 3-0 best-of-5. They take the final and the final ticket to Santiago with it.
Feeling like a special moment for different reasons for players down on that stage. For the coaching staff, of course, this is a rebuild that had some risks about it. They made every single international last year, still opted to bring in some youngsters, bring in players like Wayne, who we hadn't seen in the Tier 1 before, get Miniboo after leaving a Heretics roster he'd been with for a couple of years, and turn him into something new, evolve him, as his brother said, take Purpo back from that Tier 2 and rise him up to a man who finally makes an international after so many years. And, you know, they kept a couple of pieces. And that's, of course, there was no doubt the ability of this man, Camo, back to his trusty duelist as well. But it seems like, once again, this Liquid squad is heading to an international, and hey, if they do the trifecta once more, who is to doubt the players, who is to doubt the coaches, who is to doubt everybody behind the scenes? This team is made for international events, no matter who is in their path.
That certainly seems to be the case. Team Liquid with an impressive and historic victory over rivals Fnatic. The kickoff curse continues for FNC. Meanwhile, Liquid keep on making it to these internationals. Masters Santiago is going to have a lot of representation from EMEA. The world better watch out, especially for these two. Lou, take it away with Nats and Master Wayne.
Thank you, Tom and Mitch. Once again, the odds mean nothing in VCT EMEA. Team Liquid are the third and last team that we're sending to Master Santiago. Congratulations, Wayne and Nats, first of all. And Nats, you guys came back from so far. You know, you dropped in the lower bracket almost 2 weeks ago, and then you made the historical run. So I was wondering, you know, how did you keep believing in the process, taking each game at a time, and managing to bring such an incredible performance today?
I think we just believed, and from the experience last year, and personally for me, I mean, most of the people knows that I have a curse that I'm 1 year qualifying, one not, and
Yes.
I actually decided this year to not be that year, and I wanted to prove the opposite, even though the start of the tournament wasn't the greatest for me, but at least the curse is broken. But for the team, I think everyone just believed after the game against Wolf that the game against Wolf, the games against Giants, when we start changing the stuff and they see the potential. And overall, I mean, there is no much point to just not believe in yourself and just doubt yourself and feel the fear, because there is no point of that. You win today, you lose tomorrow. It's a competition.
Part of the game, right?
Yeah, so you just, any way you play, you work every day, and we just, that's it.
Wise words. No fear of losing, only grinding, and that gave you success today in Wayne. This has been incredible, right? 3 weeks ago, you were considered as a rookie. The team even played without you their first game, and now you're in Masters. So how did that journey feel? And do you have any advice you want to give maybe to rookies that may be very envious of your position right now?
I think if I were to give advice to rookies, I think it's just to have some confidence in yourself and just do whatever you want. And the past few games, we changed a lot.
Yeah.
And I think now everyone is so comfortable. We're just playing our comfort agents, right? And we're just playing as a team, with confidence, and we're not letting the enemies play their game.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why we wanted it.
Be confident and have fun, right? That's the key maybe to
Have
success,
fun.
especially on Corrode. You guys made us laugh on the Corrode comp. By the way, that was really fun. And Nat, I got to chat with Wayne earlier on this day, and he was speaking about your words. The speeches that you give at the beginning of the games and how important they are for him. That you're kind of his mentor in some ways. So how has it been, being Wayne's teammate? Why do you think he's an incredible teammate?
I mean, he's just an incredible teammate. He has incredible talent. He has incredible work ethics, I would say. And it's even though he came from the Tier 2 region, he came from the different region, and not Tier 2 region, sorry, from the Tier 2, from
In
the Pacific,
region,
from another region. And a lot of players, when they come to Tier 1, they take it as granted, and I wouldn't say that's about Wayne, and even without trying to make him good or something, but that's true, because there is a lot of people nowadays, they come and they think, oh, I'm in Tier 1 and I'm just not gonna do more. And I'm just gonna do what I do in Tier 2, and I think he's the opposite right now. He's working the most. He's trying to show himself, and I think that's how it's supposed to be.
Grinding mentality, right? Not taking things for granted. And my last question is going to be about, there's one more game going on in VCT NA tonight, which is going to be NRG versus MIBR. I want to have your prediction. Who will be the last team to join you in Santiago, boys?
I mean, it's Gio Keiko is playing.
Right,
so,
that's why I'm asking you the question.
I cannot say anything else, right? I mean, I think NRG.
What about you, Wayne? You agree with him?
I think Energy, yeah.
Energy, and you're going to be rooting for them even though Keiko is playing with them?
I want to play against them.
Oh, you want to play against...
He wants to prove Keiko that he wasn't the best.
Right, I love that. We're going to see, of course, if Energy make it. Thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again, and I'm sure you will make us very proud in Santiago. But before calling it a day,
let's make a picture with a trophy.
Do you want to get a picture?
Can we get a picture with the trophy, with him together?
Yes, of course. Go for it.
Well, is anyone making a picture then?
Maybe people in the crowd. He wants to get a picture.
I think the guy already finished his work.
You're going to get a picture anyways. But before we call it a day, let's toss it back to Ginny for our draw show for stage 1. Thank you for having us. See you very soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lou, Nats, and Wayne. Welcome, everyone, to the VCT EMEA Stage 1 Draw Show. We have to set the stage for next stage, so I'm joined with Junkert from Riot, competitive operations team. You're going to be showing us a team. So the rules are actually pretty simple. The 12 teams will be drawn into 2 groups, Alpha and Omega. Teams are seeded based on their kickoff final standings. They're then going to be split into 6 seeding tiers from 11, 12 up to 1st and 2nd. The draw starts with the lowest seeded tier and proceeds upward. The first team that we're going to be drawing will be put into Group Alpha, and then the remaining teams are going to be put into Group Omega. Pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to let you start with Pool 1.
Yeah, shall we?
Foot Esports will be entering Group Alpha. And that leaves, of course, Pacific. All right, pool number 2, let's go. Either KC or Ulf, which one will it be? KC, joining Group Alpha. That leaves, of course, Ulf Esports into Group Omega. Pool number 3 is going to have Na'Vi and GX to see who's going to join Group Alpha. Na'Vi, okay. And that means GX is going to Group Omega. Pool 4. Okay, this is going pretty quickly. Heretics or Vitality? Heretics. Into Group Alpha. And Vitality.
Oops.
Omega. That was not on purpose, guys.
Yeah.
It happens. Don't worry about it. It's a 50-50 chance anyway. Fnatic and Liquid are going to be in pool number 5. That's Liquid.
That's Liquid.
Joining Group Alpha. That leaves Fnatic in Omega. Pool 6, BBL and Gentlemates, the top seeds of VCT EMEA Kickoff. Ooh, who's gonna join Group Alpha? Oh, I think I saw. Yes, it's Gentlemates. And that leaves BBL, our final team in Group Omega, alongside Fnatic, Vitality, GX, Ulf, and Pacific. And Group Alpha is going to be Gentlemates, Liquid, Heretics, Na'Vi, and KC, as well as Foot Esports. Thank you so much, Jankut, for making this possible. And thank you everybody else as well for joining us during kickoff. Let us know what you think about the groups that we have for stage 1 of VCT EMEA. That's it for now, but make sure that you support our teams in Masters Santiago. It is going to be the first international of the year. It starts on February the 28th, so actually pretty soon. But before we say goodbye, we're gonna leave you with the Razor end of day highlights, and we'll see you again in Masters Santiago and stage 1. Bye!
Do it.
I mean, honestly, we just knew that we are going to lose Corrode, so we just decided to run it down before that.
Let's go! And Liquid take their opponent's choice.
Quick, Team Liquid or Fnatic for this finals.
Come on, man! Come on, push us! Push us!
Spike planted.
How you guys lose that? What? How?
Nice and slow now.
Let's go, boys! Fuck them up! Good job!
Yeah, you gonna make me sit down or what?
I don't know what's going on. What's going on? We're just destroying them, that's it.
With the ace, Camo cleaning up Boston 13-10.
enemy remaining.
Nice win. Nice.
Nuts is nuts. You think you're smart, you're not, bro. Kayak, you're feeding it.
Spike down B. Enemy remaining.
18 to 16. They have delivered a defeat to Fnatic that Fnatic have never seen in this rivalry. Back to 2021, they traded series, but a flawless best of 5 is one for the history books.
Champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it.